No, I'm not fucking tripping.
Take a picture, by Sean. Take a picture and send it to me.
What the fuck?
Sit down and calm the fuck down. And that what you call it, everyone, that was in the drop. I ain't take that because I ain't have it in my body. I had that in my body with my forensics in it.
Man, Sean, it's a dog on the fucking riding lawnmower cutting the fucking grass.
I heard you. That's why I said take a fucking picture.
I got a video of this shit.
I need a fucking laugh right now. I think I'm losing my motherfucking mind, son.
I thought that was hilarious. What's up? Impromptu stream. I guess I'm kind of making up for missing this week with Rookie. It's too tired. Katie liked it. Katie liked it. No, it's my job. My job's fat work against fucking really just start working nights. Yeah. But no, it's good hanging out with Richard today. Impromptu. We got Jeff Daniels, rookie critic, $2 already. He says hardworking doggo. Thank you, my friend. I'll play clips shortly. But yeah, it's a great day. I figured Eagles had the greatest NFC championship victory in history. They tied. I don't know if it's the Bears or the Cardinals, but it said Chicago, but it said 1940. So that could be Cardinals or Bears. I'm not certain. Probably Bears though. And yeah, we tied them for 7 rushing touchdowns in a game, which is crazy.
Yikes.
It's just fucking awesome, especially because 2 or 3 of them were Jalen Hurts, who had a bum knee from last week, took off his brace, 3 touchdowns.
Dang.
What a day. What a day.
He landed weird when the Rams got him. Sacked him. He got up in pain. I'm like, damn, that man's hurting. That shit. Because it's like already, man, to get hit in the snow, just cold, man. And what he was, man. But
yeah, I don't know if it's good or better or worse to get hurt in the cold or in the heat, you know. It's like heat, you're gonna be more limber,
yeah,
but recovery, you know, it's gonna be better in the snow, you know. I don't know what the science is. It's something of interest to me.
The Rams played them pretty well. I mean, they won the game, but I was like, man, the Rams
earned that one
for them. They got the yeah. But I was like, and Washington, you know, they took care of the Bears. I mean, not the Bears, but the Lions. So I was like, dang, if they can follow what the Rams did and kind of take that game plan and execute it. But I think Philly just that week off, they had a little bit of rust, and now the engine's roaring. Man.
Also, Jalen Hurts came off a concussion recovery too. So
yeah,
there's rust there.
He's able to remember more plays now.
If he can work swimmingly with the pass offense, this team is unstoppable, and I'm excited. I've not gotten to engage football properly this year. I'm not really a college guy. I'll watch if it's on, but I don't partake in college because it's a big like slave market versus the NFL pays players for their value.
No, they get paid now.
Sort of. I mean, it's still a work in progress. I applaud the steps taken to pay players for their effort, for their value they bring to the schools, instead of ripping off slave labor.
Yeah.
But that's kind of this, knowing that history, becoming aware of it. It's just solely that part of the sport for me. And so also the draft never fucking matters. So many first round, second round busts. So I just don't engage the draft, and thus I don't watch college, because it's like people try to hype me up. A couple years ago when we went to Super Bowl, they're like, "Oh man, your draft picks. Oh fuck, you got this guy from Georgia. Oh my god." I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. I've seen Reggie Bush, I've seen Vince Young, I've seen Matt Leinart, I've seen all these people. Tom Brady, Marcus Colston. They're some of the best players for their teams in history. They were 6th round picks, 7th round picks.
Yeah,
draft
that's
means
what makes
nothing.
it fun, man.
Well, no, that's what is fun.
That's
is like
fun.
Dak Prescott. He's like a 4th round pick. He's a franchise quarterback. The draft doesn't matter really. Like it's exciting. There's probability, you could argue, but it really doesn't matter.
Yeah,
There's been so many busts.
Washington's QB, rookie quarterback, man. Took him far, man.
Yeah, no, it's
took
awesome.
Him real far. That's almost took him to the Super Bowl. If he
Yeah.
didn't come against the Eagles, who are like with an unstoppable team. You know?
Yeah,
like,
it's exciting because that's one thing I've hated in the modern league last like decade or so is the way it's just skewed to the pass game so much. Passing is exciting, but like football is a running sport. You know, ground and pound. It's the history. It's the bread and butter. Just like snow games are bread and butter. I hate this. Like people were freaking out about playing Super Bowl in New York Stadium. It's like cold weather is football. You retards, not Miami. It's not Hawaii.
Super Bowl is it became for the elite.
Yeah,
who can afford it? The super fans, and that's like Oscar night for some casual sport fans that have the money.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I was at the Super Bowl. I was at the, that's why I look at the halftime show. It's, it's always a
I would
big
love
festival.
to go to Super Bowl, man. Especially like New Orleans, like we're on a drive, fucking all that canned noise from all the people. That'd be awesome, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm very excited. I'm not gonna get deep into actual sport. It's just more of a celebratory. I tweeted at John Malin. I'm like, thanks, Malin and Lions, for the ease of access to the Super Bowl. I wasn't scared of Lions, but I was scared of the fans. I was scared of the fans. That's the only fear factor I had of going to Detroit.
But God is funny like that. He's like, listen, Detroit, I'm gonna give you like the best rapper ever, but your team will never go to the promised land.
The curse of Bobby Lane is not a 50-year curse. It is eternal. You'll never go to a fucking Super Bowl. I don't know, man. Some things I'm all about stats. Like Super Bowl, I always go with like the white team because last 20, 25 years, there's only been like 3 teams to win in the home jersey. And yeah. And so the only reason Philly won is because there's a lot of factors, but Patriots won the coin toss. They've lost every Super Bowl they've won the coin toss on. And so I was just jumping for joy when they won the coin toss. I'm like, fuck yeah. I go with those weird, like kind of like boogeyman curse type of stats where I'm like, ooh, I don't like that. Like Peyton Manning, I went against him because he played in the home jersey against Seattle. I'm like, I don't like this. And then I was right. But I love sport football. I've not gotten to engage it properly because adjusting to like this different work environment I'm in where it's every month's night shift, and it's just hard to keep consistency. So when I think about football, it's like middle of the week. I'm like, oh fuck, shit. Oh, maybe I'll watch a football game this week, and then I sleep all day and through the games. Then it's like I don't care watch the other people. So it's been nice this last month to actually be off season some of these games or be aware and listen to them at work.
Football's fun.
Man, I love it. It's such a technical game. It's such a smart man's game. Like, yeah, you can be a dumb fucking just hit people with your body, but it really is a smart man's game.
These guys, you get on the defense. It's like hit somebody. It's like the meatheads are. You got to have some intelligence to it because they're running plays on that side, and it's like you got to know your assignment. Your assignment is this, and it may not be rocket science, but it takes like reading things within the moment. And discipline and staying focused and not falling for bait.
Yeah, even if you don't make it into college or NFL, like I wish I got to play football. I wasn't allowed because my wacko mom, overprotective. But I've always loved the sport. I've always had this good synergy of like nerd fandom, Star Wars especially, and then football. So I could hang out with like the weird nerds and like the guys on the football teams and talk. After Monday talk shop about like, man, Philly, when we went to I was in high school and Eagles went to the NFC Championship against the Cardinals. And it was like, fuck, we were that close to the Eagles-Steagles Super Bowl. Oh, man, that would have been great. Battle for Pennsylvania. That's one of my favorite Super Bowls, actually. It's 43.
Nice.
I might even put it over Philly Super Bowl, even though it's like closer to my heart. But who's your team? Are you a Raiders? Are you a Rams.
Yeah, because I live in Southern California, and I was like the first team to come back to LA because I'm one of these guys. Like LA is different. Like everyone has their like team, and it's all from out of state. And I was like, How are you gonna choose a team from out of state? You can't even go to a home game.
I'm from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I picked my team in cowboy country. I always got shit. And so I've had a real fandom.
It's just weird. You'll go here and you're like, who's your fan? Packers? Who's your fan? Raiders? Who's your fan?
Well, wait. Bengals? I can explain that.
Like...
I can explain that actually. When I was in the Army, of course, Army's full of people, especially Texas, California, New York, because of the populace. And you'll find people like this old black guy was in like the lab records or whatever that I was like doing an assignment in. He was a Steelers fan. Now he's like 60. And I'm like, how are you from Alabama and a fucking Steelers fan? Why aren't you like Saints or Dolphins or something? He's like, well, when I was a kid, like it was always Steelers on TV. Like the league was smaller, and they just went with what would get views money wise, like what was the markets. And so like
still do.
Sort of. Sometimes you get blackouts, but the leagues become way more full of parity. And I don't know how it was back then, but now it's like an even pie. Everyone like general revenue, everyone gets a 30-second cut, and then you make your own market money. So everyone's invested in everyone like having an ebb and flow more or less, you know?
So I was just like the first team to come back to LA between the Chargers. Because at one time when I was growing up, we had two teams. We had the Raiders and the Rams.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. And I went with the Rams because my grandpa and grandma, they retired and they worked at Anaheim Stadium. And that's where the Rams would play. So I was like, hey, that's cool. But and then like I played football as a kid and we were the Rams, you know? So it was cool. Like that I had a like connection to them. And then everyone left. And I was like, between Chargers and the Rams, whichever comes to LA first, that's just who I'm rolling with. And they came back.
You're a local guy. That's fine.
I'm just gonna go with the local team. It's like
I hate LA because my I'm a polyamorous fan. Eagles are prime always. I always buy Eagles merch first, but Titans, Bengals, those are my other teams. And so when the Titans played the Rams, the Bengals, I was so devastated because like, Bengals are this kind of like eternal underdog team. No one's ever really rooting for them. It's like a surprise they're doing good. And I really do feel like the refs cheated them in that fourth quarter drive by the Rams. Because like especially this betting stuff, it's getting and the Chiefs, it's starting to get like, all right, what's going on with this shit? Like maybe games are getting rigged by the refs now. That's like a real concern.
It's a lot of money in it. A lot of money. But there's always been a lot of money. Nothing, I don't know, man. Maybe because a lot of more legal money. But these people were, I
don't. Just a couple years before the betting became legal, there was a guy got suspended or whatever for like a year or more for betting on himself at Vegas. Yeah. And it's like, how the fuck's that guy getting his career ruined for betting on himself to perform? Right. Like he loses if he doesn't perform. So it's like, it's not a rig. Like what?
Yeah, you got a super chat.
Yeah. Let's get to those. We got Rookie Critic with 2 saying hard working doggo. Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about me, but it's the fucking the lawnmower dog. Let's get you a little super duper chat here.
You're a chicken and you have a human skull.
That's right. That's Rookie, because he's the one that turned me on to that skit from SNL, and Katie did with $5. Let's get her a stinger as well. She says, "Thank you for keeping this MILF company last night." By the way, I love Richard. So good to see you and Angus together on stream. Hell Comic Skate. That's right. Let's get you something as well. I'm still sorting out my little clips, but
donate to the children's fund. Why? What have children ever done for me?
Shout out. We also got Super Tiso in the chat saying whatever, Eagles will lose during the Super Bowl. No. I think it'd be more exciting to have the Bills go, but I want the rematch. I want to square the odds with Reed and his betrayal. And the rigging, that fourth quarter drive, that pass interference, or that holding call. They robbed us of a fair loss. I'm not a sore loser. I just want a fair loss, and you robbed us of that. Jim tells you, says, "Hi, old Black Angus." Well, thank you. Static Energy saying, "Are you detracting, son?" I am. Oh, we will be. It's hard to believe it's been a year already since it became a member. Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, y'all can become members. I don't really know what to give y'all. Give me ideas. DM me for member stuff.
Loyalty.
Yeah, it's really just a way to support.
Jokes.
Yeah, appreciate it. But before getting into the topics, I already talked, celebrating the Eagles. Thank you again, John Malin, for your loss in Detroit. Significant embarrassment.
Can't blame coach for that. It's not like he played.
You always blame the coach.
Yeah, you can't blame. Stop blaming Malin, man.
Not really blaming. I was saying, I really said thank you, Malin. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thanked him and the Lions for the whole
I gotta
victory.
take this call real quick.
No Hamilton Burger. They did not. That fumble did add up, did screw us. I don't know what the hell happened with Hurts on that fumble, but we were in that game and it should have went to overtime. Should not have been how it went. At least should have got the ball with a minute and a half left after their field goal. That's what I'm complaining about that Super Bowl about. But that was
weird. It was a phone call. It was my boss, and I'm like, oh shit, what happened? It's like work canceled tomorrow. So, he's like, you wouldn't happen to have a remote for a Fire Stick, would you? I'm like, no. That's a random question.
Speaking of which, I gotta get my Paramount up so I can keep you up to date on the score. Let's see where we're at. Chiefs Bills in Kansas City. It's at commercial right now, so I don't know the score, but I'll update you shortly. So Richard, send me the link for your
Bills up by 1 point.
Okay.
22-21.
Ooh, interesting. Send me the link for your campaign. We'll start digging into that and discussing it.
Sure.
Because I plan to back this tomorrow when I get paid.
Hell yeah. There it is. Put it in
timing out on me.
I'll put it in the chat.
Where is my... Oh, there it is, private chat. Here we go. Let me pull this up. All right.
Yeah, I want Buffalo to win because I want Graham Nolan to be happy.
Nolan's a Bills fan?
Yeah, he's a huge Bills fan. So
interesting.
I like when Graham's happy. That's cool.
He's been someone on the periphery. Like I know his name, but I've just it's campaigns that are popped up when I'm like attentive, and so he's on the fringe for me.
I got him. I got most of them. I got the Chinook. I got Alien Alamo, and then another one too. I've been losing my memory, bro. I'll read it. I remember I liked it. I just didn't like this, but I forgot the name of it. Yeah, it was cool, man.
What? So, what was your first campaign? What was its funding?
I think 36.
Okay,
so we're doing a lot better on funding as far as money, but yeah, backers. I'm analyzing it. I'm thinking. I launched. The first campaign I launched the beginning of November. So, this one I launched halfway into December. So it's a little different, but
yeah, you might be having like a Christmas hangover issue with backing, perhaps.
I think taxes.
Huh?
I just did my taxes, and for some people, it's gonna be tough, man. Some people, money's coming, but it's gonna be trickling in a little later. So. Yeah,
I've been meaning to review this. I'm way behind on things I want to review. But I like the your first issue, Blood and Sword. I don't know why people have like jumped on this trying to neg you with the unicorn. I know you had like the shadow issue, but that's just like a fuck up you can adjust in the future, be more attentive of. That's really the only gripe I could see. I really don't get it. It's just because you're a detractor.
I get it.
They're trying to,
you know, not. It's everyone from the Iron Age and anti-Comicsgate. Like, you know, like they had to have something to cling on to, and I'm just, whatever. Some bought it, you know. It's funny because some of they criticized the first one, bought the second one. So hey, you know, whatever, that's cool.
Yeah, as long as you're like maintaining or improving, like there's nothing to complain about.
Yeah, like with Bad Sauce, like I get it. He was talking more of a like this is what he would have done with it, and that's fine. That's like, you know, whatever. That's like is it like legit criticism? Nah, not really, you know. But is it like him being invested in the story to think about what he would have done and this and that? And they say, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you know, that's kind of like you know, our throwback. Like, hey man, if I was writing Punisher, I would have done this, or you know, with you with X-Men. You're like, man, X-Men would have been cool if they would have done this and this and this. And yeah, I'm enjoying this, but man, it would have been, you know, like there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's engagement to me.
Yeah. Let's put a trailer, then we'll start digging into what you're doing in the second issue.
In a world where danger lurks around every corner and adventure has no bounds.
And it's prized possession, by the way.
What are you talking about?
You said prized possession. It's prized possession.
You seem to notice everyone's flaws but your own.
Our two heroes return to a kingdom in chaos and a prince whose life's in grave danger.
Something I said? Possibly.
Their only way to survive is to work together.
You ain't never had a friend like me. Believe that. Cause you ain't never had a friend like me. See, at night I watch the sky, I take another breath, I smoke my Newport to the butt like it's the last motherfucker left. Just me and you evading enemies, let you get my last shot of Hennessy. Ain't never
Blood and the Sword 2, exclusively on funmycomic.com.
Nice. I like that. I like you don't expect rap for a fantasy medieval trailer. Reminds me of Kanye and the Gladiator 2 trailer.
I mean, that song is just kind of like it captures the emotion of Valen and Mango's friendship. Like
what is that song?
Never Had a Friend Like Me, Tupac. It's off the that movie he did. I think Gridlock soundtrack.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not a big rap guy, so but like when I hear something good, I'm like, oh, what's that? You know, like, it's just not my forte. I'm a rocker. I love AC/DC, obviously.
Classic rock is cool, man.
But no, like I was in a music history class, and so that informed me of like, no, rap is rock and roll. It's very specific, very formulated in its own specific little niche, but it is rock and roll, despite how people want to view it.
Soul, funk, like you listen to the Chronic, and that's all samples from James Brown, you know, and then rock in there as well, you know, a lot of rock drum beats, and drum samples, and drum, you know, gets sampled. And it has a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
It's
usually, I guess, the subject matter that turns me off generally. But
it's like pretty. Before it used to be, Ice-T said it best. He said, "In my era, we were rapping about the drug dealers. Now the drug dealers are rapping."
Oh, hey, really quick. Sorry, Hamilton Burger. Thanks for the 2. I meant to play you a stinger. I'll play the one that was actually I forgot to download for Rookie Critic. He might, if he's still here, he'll love this.
Why do I have 2 beds? One for me and one for my hooker. One for me and one for my hooker. One for me and one for my hooker. One for me and one for the hooker. One for me and one for my hooker.
Welcome to the sub club.
I saw someone talking about he's having this like repetitive thread about Boogie. He's just like so lost about his girlfriend or some shit. I don't follow Boogie, but Rookie loves Boogie because he's like, wow, that's a lot of money for a black person. So thank you for the support, Hamilton Burger. Appreciate it. Just so you know, all the money right now that we gather on the channel goes towards funding our Mine Rookies Collective StreamYard. So it is going to use. So thank you. But yeah, let's continue. So blend the sword. Let me make this bigger actually.
You never thought about going to Talk Studio? Talk Studio is only $9 a month.
No, never heard. Everyone just uses StreamYard, so not really keep my eye out for other stuff. Maybe I should.
The same thing. It's the same thing. I started using it. Same thing.
Yeah, if that's like half the price, that's not a bad idea. Maybe Katie can check that out as well.
Yeah.
She was liking the rap.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be Melon, and then Talk or Streamlabs took it over, and they bought it. But yeah, it's I adapted, man. $45 a month for StreamYard is, that's not crazy, man. That's, geez, man, that's a comic. Yeah. That's a comic. I can back a comic. Yeah.
No, I agree. So yeah, tell us like what's all going on with your second issue, man.
So the first issue, we'll just keep it spoilers, So if you spoilers, right? Go ahead and back the first one for $5. But at the first end of the first issue, we find the king's property, and we're bringing it back to the king. And issue 2, we find out the king is not well, and his throne is in jeopardy. And with that, Amara gets asked to help out, and a very dangerous task. And she kind of gets into it with Valen, and we're gonna see if they show up and help him. So it's that's pretty much where we're at. And this is the real. So the first issue too, I should say. That was just supposed to be a one-off. Like if people liked it, they liked it. If they didn't, they didn't. But the amount of attention, positive attention that I got from it made me like really think about continuing this. And then as I'm like pitching it and going on different channels, I'm like, man, I can really do this. I can really do that as a creator. Like those thoughts kept coming up, and I'm like, man, I'm just gonna, just continue with this, So this is like, if anything, like the first issue was like issue 0, like it's like the pilot episode introduces you to the characters, but issue 2 is really where we take off in the main story. But I had issue 1 just set everything up. That's my trip out about the unicorn too. Everyone's like, oh, the unicorn. It's like the unicorn is a creative tool that sets up issue 2.
Yeah, man. I think you did really well with like usually a 20-page comic can't quite land everything you need to start a story. It's like
it's a lot of cutting. Of cutting.
And I think you did pretty well compared to like mainstream storytelling. With introducing us to a new world, and so it's only gonna just obviously get more complex going forward.
More characters.
Yeah, and you said that like even though this was like kind of like a duo with your daughter, this first one with Mango and stuff, that you're gonna get more intense and graphic and dark. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like I got to make you care for the characters before I really put them through struggle. Because if I just went out and did everything that I wanted to do, there would be no emotional attachment. So issue 1 is the foundation of emotional attachment before they go through struggles and many triumphs and more struggles and continue to carry on the story. So
yeah. So you're already on the mint salad card, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we hit 3K. So 5K, I got someone lined up that very talented, someone that could do a card, but I don't really want to. I don't want to be like.
Can I guess?
5K.
Can I guess?
Who?
Matt Barr.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Matt Barr's gonna dip his titties into a bucket of paint and slap him on a board and draw mango with his nipples.
I'm not content for you. Honestly, I would love to see someone do that. Someone just like lean in with their product direct of like, yeah, fuck those people, whoever it is, and like make a meme of them in their merch or in their story. Like, I used to want. I mean, he's not relevant now, but when I first came to Meth Gear, I wanted to have like, so we used to call him Methwin Boyette. And of course, Dirtworm Doug. I was going to have like a collage of
a 3-week little trying to come back. You see him in people's chats, and I'm chilling at CG Commandos and Methwins in the crowd. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Oh my god!
Stay buried, bro. Just you had your shine. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we knew about you when you weren't talking about fudge, but like,
yeah,
just stop, man.
He has these paragraphs. He said, "Well, how come he doesn't have his social media tags?" And like, bro, people already like. Here's the thing, like, people already know. Like, I'm driving the people here, and then there's people that they come to fund my comic and are buying it too. Like, his point was like, well, it was like a little CG shot. Like, shouldn't you have your tags there so people can click on them and see your CG, and then they'll back it because CG just backs CG and like all this. He was trying to take a cheap shot or some kind of weird shot, and just like, sit down, bro. No one cares.
Yeah. And thank you, Kay, for sharing the link to Richard's comic. Go back at $5 in shipping or $5 digital, and you can catch up. Let me see, for $10, both of them. Let me see, just show it to people, make sure they see it. Yep, physical catch up 10, digital catch up 10. Difference is shipping. That's a great deal, man, for any comics.
Yeah, I was thinking overseas, man. Those guys have it bad, man. Like, shipping's crazy, man. So it's like, I there's some people that like, no, I'm gonna back it, and man, my hat's off. I support you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the guys overseas that back it. But there's not, the world isn't filled with super fans like that all just that have the funds to do that. So it's like, I want to make sure that everyone's able to enjoy, and so that's where the digital comes in. And hopefully, like, if you're overseas, you just keep backing the digitals until I do a volume 1, and then maybe that would be worth sending it overseas. A whole volume of it, like 60, 80 pages. That would be kind of cool.
Give y'all an update. It's 10 minutes in the fourth, and the Mahomes just ran in for a 10-yard touchdown. It's going to be 28-22. Bill's getting the ball back.
Dang. Let's go.
Rematch is coming, buddy. I told you.
Yeah.
And what's up, JJ Trio? He says, hell, guys. 7K equals Richard feet picks.
Oh, man. That'll get me down to 3K. People were like, bro, I was on board. Then you showed me those crusty ass feet. Hell nah. Give me my money back. Dude, Masterson. Oh, hell nah.
Oh, hell no. That is such a great problem.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Actually, really quick, the Chiefs are going for 2 to make it 29-22 if they get it.
I love lovable racism.
But Hater Headquarters, I'm so glad he's back. Says, hey, I'm back for quality hating. Yes. Also working on Russian translation for my homie's comic, Neon Seed Babylon. It's free on Global Comics. Go Birds. That's what's up, man. That's fly, cool. Eagles, fly. I fucking love it.
It's like the post office theme. Fly like an eagle. Remember?
Let me see. Let me get the Eagles chant added. And we'll make that your super chat clip. I used to have it somewhere. I don't know. That's annoying. I'll find it for you shortly. I will not forget you, hater headquarters, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm so glad you're back, man. I loved the videos you were doing, the AI shit with the comic business and shit. That stuff was great. Actually, if people don't know, I did like a little slice cut with one of his videos. Let me see. Here we go.
Next important lesson in business.
Yeah. Comic business. But yeah,
that dancing never gets old though. Like, you know what? I look at that dancing and I'm like, it kind of makes me mad at Riley. Because I'm like, bro, he's dancing like that. What do you mean he wasn't gonna call the cops? You know, like, he should know better, bro. Riley from the street, he should know better. You know,
honestly, Eric should have had a dance off with Riley if you really wanted to put him in his place,
bro. You know what?
Like Thriller,
anything. It would have won. Eric could have won the crowd over. But like everyone, we're gonna have a photo moment. We're gonna all point at Riley and laugh. There's 300 people pointing at Riley and laughing, and then invite him for pizza. You would have won the fucking crowd over, bro. You would have been.
Oh my god, so many ways he could have moved differently from what he did.
Huh? Everything. That's like the worst thing he could do. He could have been a legend, bro.
Yeah, I'm a hard nigga. Hey, little police.
I'll be like, hey man, come here. He could have been like, come here, sit in that chair. Watch me sign all my fan shit. You
like,
know,
how are you gonna market all this kind of like rap guy, street guy, tough guy shit?
Yeah.
And then be a snitch to the cops. Like, that's completely counter.
He was a dancer, bro. He was, you know, because I know people in the rap game. Like, no one's checking for this dude, bro.
Well, you know, when Dick and company found those clips of like talking about Jasmine and shit, and him like being a young guy trying to do the rap shit, and he's like talking outside like outside of a Waffle House or some shit.
Yeah.
I feel bad like where this all has gone, because like what happened, like, yeah, Eric's like getting this like rap shit, whatever, it's fun for him. Obviously he's not like a real thug or anything, but yeah, he seemed like a genuine, like, nice guy, likes this art form. And
like a kid trying to survive the streets.
Yeah, like there's something quaint about it, you know. Seeing
it was honest back then. You think it was honest?
Yeah, it seemed like an honest interest. Like he was sampling, I think, like Aerosmith or some shit in one of his songs. Okay. You know, so he really does like rock and stuff. He's very white coded in his interests. And that's like counter to the norm. And so that's instantly interesting. And he just shifted that to politics. And so he's a unicorn, being like, you know, this hibbity-jibbity type of person, saying like libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, you know, like, wow. And everyone sips like, yes, a black conservative.
His formula is this. Like, he tried rap and he's like, whoa, man, there's way better black people rapping than me. Like, I need to go somewhere where there's not so many black people rapping. And then he went to like the metal crap, you know, and then he was like, oh man, I'm getting so much more attention with this like emo Hootie and the Blowfish band, right? So he's like, where else can I get attention? Oh, hey.
Hootie and the Blowfish. I think Hater Headquarters did a video where it's like singing I only want to be with you.
And so like, dude is like, wait, man, if I can get this, man, imagine if I go conservative, you know, not only conservative, libertarian, like, you know. So he's like, there's so far and few between. Like, he just exploited the grift, you know. So
It makes me sad for him. Where it's like, man, you could have like had
You saw the hope in his eyes. Oh, that's what
you could have had people like support you, and like you pissed away all the goodwill people had. You know, it's a weird thing to see. But yeah. So closing this segment, pitch again, like why people should get this book and catch up with the last issue.
Well, I'm sorry. What would you say? I was reading a hater headquarters comment about him getting struck.
No, I had the same problem in Katie's chat where it's like she's saying something like, fuck, I'm reading the chat. Shit. No, I was saying like, let's close out this segment and give a final pitch to like why people should back your book and catch up with the last issue.
Oh man, like if you like the first one, and you're gonna love the second one. And if you didn't read the first one or you didn't back the first one, this is the perfect time to get involved with Blood and the Sword. Only $10, get you 40 pages of comic book action in the fantasy world. I mean, I got great characters. I feel like I really developed them well, and I guarantee if you just give it a chance, you'll end up liking them. You'll end up liking these characters and want to follow them. And that's it, man. Like the whole thing was low risk, high rewards, right? So it's a low risk of $10, and hey, high rewards. You're gonna come away with 40 pages, fully colored, of comics. So great stuff, man.
Yeah, for only $10, it's you're supporting an indie guy, building a brand. So there's no reason to back this. No reason to not back this. Sorry.
What the hell, man? You still mad about the Rams or what? You know they're gonna clip that, man.
I know. Fuck.
You know they clip everything.
Yeah. Sorry about that. And what's up, Dave? The link's in the. I think
Dave,
you're in the CG chat, right? You can come in if you wish. Totally fine with that. But yeah, so I wanted to dissect this because I read House and Powers of 10 X-Men. It's a really cool intro, reboot, relaunch of the X-Men. I think at the time they weren't making X-Men comics for a bit to try to like crush Fox and X-Men fandom. If I'm not mistaken, they do that. So when you see Marvel with IPs they own start making comics, it means something's coming down the pipeline film wise. They're at least shopping like, does this idea have money?
Same with Fantastic Four. They kind of put a hold on that.
Same with that. Now like they're really pushing them to be like equal with the Avengers and shit in comics. And I'm no expert. I'm a film guy. Comics is a secondary art form for me to invest in, but I do love the art form. I love expanding my knowledge. And so, the Krakoa Age, start with House of Powers of 10, which is a great opening, like 10, 12 issue run. Didn't really follow after that. And it seemed to just like flounder in the fandom, from what I gather. But I started reading the new era, which does have at least some things still part of the legacy from the Krakoa Age. It's called like From the Ashes. And so I pulled up a reading order list and I started reading each like series so far. So I read X-Men 1, Wolverine 1, and I read Nyx 1. And if I remember correctly, Nyx is where X-23 started in the comics. But let me find it. There it is. I read Nyx, all right, and it's a weird combo of Laura Kinney, X-23, where they call her Wolverine. They're really pushing this name change for X-23, which is cringe to me, trying to like do this like gender swap of the name. And we'll see how that goes with the DEI seeming to die everywhere because Trump taking over and all the money people being behind them as of late. We'll see if this trickles into the artworks. I don't really want that. I don't want what we've been getting in like the propaganda of leftist agenda, but I don't want it to just flip flop and be right propaganda. I just want like, what stories do you want to tell artists? That's what I want.
Yeah. Merit based, just freaking cream rising to the top and having the funds to do it.
Yeah. So let me pull this up and show y'all. This is the first one of the series so far. I'm just like cringing. Because it's like, Do you think this is like the biggest boogeyman that the X-Men could have? Like, and so it's from the Ashes.
Dang.
This is Nyx. All right.
You
Now the
gotta be
cover actually
careful.
doesn't do justice to the art. Because the interior art's, I think, better than the cover art. Especially when we get towards the end. Like this is like the closing shot.
Yeah.
This artwork style, it's not as gritty and sharp, but it evokes to my novice mind Sean Gordon Murphy art. Like there's just something about it seems like comparative and its expressiveness and stuff. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, so it's like the art's not best, not the best, it's not like classic DC more realistic art that I want to have, but it does fine. But yeah, so we're following Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. She seems to be the star of this run so far. It's gonna be her and Laura Kinney Wolverine. But it gets confusing because they have Wolverine Logan.
But they call him Logan.
They call him Wolverine. And so I don't know like how they're going to like dictate naming when they're crossing over in issues when I assume when I get further in this run so far. And this run has only come out since June and it's already got like 80 issues of like the entire bubble so far. It's actually going to be, I think, up to April, like 120 issues of interconnected stories, which is like fine, but it's, as far as interconnected stories, but it's like, fuck, man, like 80 issues at $5, that's what, $400 if you're going to the store to like keep up with this on paper.
Is bi-weekly or what?
However much, it's just that many issues, 80 issues up to this point. Wow. And that's $400 just to follow this X-Men story properly and all of its little tangents.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. No, the X-Men itself is only like 8 issues so far, I think. But it's from the viewpoint of Kamala Khan, and then look, she's
that looks kind of weird.
Running. She's
stretching.
Embiggening is what she calls it.
Embiggening.
Right. So she's running across the bridge to go to school. All right.
Yeah, that's not noticeable.
She's on the phone with someone, but she's really, I guess, just leaving a voicemail, or because she drops it off for like, yeah, I know you're asleep. It's like 1 a.m. So whatever, but miss you or whatever. All right, so she's going to school and she bumps into Sophie Cuckoo, whatever. And it gets really cringe from the start because they're going to a mutant class. Now, this is supposed to be after Krakoa, so Krakoa age still matters. This is like a follow-through, new storyline. And whatever happened in Krakoa, it's like gone. There's been chaos from it. Because basically, Xavier and the mutants were like, hey, Krakoa, any mutant is a dual citizen with us, and you have to accept us and acknowledge us, or we aren't going to give you our plants that you can make various medicines from to save yourselves from all sorts of diseases. So they kind of strong arm everybody but like 3 countries in the world to accept them in like the UN and stuff. That's much I know from House of Powers of 10. And so we got this guy, I think Prodigy is his name. He is teaching this class, and he says, at the heart of it is this: mutants were an endangered community that had spent an inordinate amount of time doing one thing above all else, protecting its oppressor. This is essentially inarguable. No matter what some of your parents think, the government of the U.S. financed the creation of and actually deployed giant killer robots against the mutant population. They were killing us, hunting us always. We protected them in the most colorful outfits we could manage. Looking brilliant under the weight of the entire world. That was Charles Xavier's dreams. That we take it forever. Despite what the news would have you believe, Krakoa was inevitable. It was necessary, and I'm going to ask every one of you in this class to respect that and treat it with empathy. But what was Krakoa? What will it become as its cultural institutions, its language, its religion integrates with the human world? In this class, it's exactly what will be. Oh, what a load of shit, says Sophie. And and so she comes in with her white privilege, talking down to her fellow mutant professor. All right. And then afterwards, they ditch class. Or they don't ditch class, but it's like, hey, instead of going home, let's go party at the club. All right, so she uses her mind powers to like trick the bouncer to let him in, even though she's underage. And then there is, I guess, some like QAnon truthers called like the Truth Seekers, and they're antagonizing this other mutant who's the bartender. And then a hubbub starts, and so they're trying to portray it online as like, look, these mutants are just it's their nature to attack us. And Kamala Khan right here warps her face with her stretchy powers to make it like a faceless mask, and that's just like, wow, so exciting. And she assaults a guy, and then they kick her out. Now what's funny is they throw him out, and she's like, those guys were harassing your bartender. One of them had a fucking Bowie knife in a nightclub, and she's the one you're throwing out. She was trying to help. No mutants, new rule. And she goes, an idiot and a racist? What a catch. And like, no joke, she says like racist like 3 or 4 times pretty quick. And then we cut to the teacher. He's getting a call after work from Kamala Khan asking like how to break into a phone that she got from a truth seeker. And he's like, oh, well, you have way more power than I do. You could figure it out more than me. And then he's like, I'm just trying to have dinner with my boyfriend. It's just like, I don't know the history of this guy, but it's like, of course, you got Muslim who, you know, she's like a jailbait character. She's now in college, but you can't really be sexy with her because she's Muslim. Like not having her head covered is already like pushing the boundaries.
She got her face covered, bro. Like that got to count for something.
Yeah, a shitty Zorro mask or Black Cat mask. Like
no, when she pulled her face off.
Well, that's actually a disguise.
Oh yeah.
But like her normal disguise is just this fucking little mask. And she goes home later. Let me see. Where is it? She goes home later, and like her hair's no different. So like, how would no one in her family figure out if they saw her on TV? Because she saves a train. Like people are going to have their phones out, like, oh my god, because she's fighting the Krakoan. And I'm just like, what the hell? So anyway, she got this phone. She's trying to like decode or whatever, and she comes across where is it? She comes across X-23. And X-23 is like talking down to her, like, you're a kid with a family and blah, blah, blah. You're just like doing this part-time. Fuck off. You're over your head. And it's just like, I don't know. Like, the art's fine. I'm actually fine with the art, but
I like the coloring.
Again, yeah, the color's really good. Yeah. But it was really just, it's really undercuts the flow of the first 2 issues of X-Men and Wolverine. So far, where it's just like, oh, let's follow these like stupid girls. Where'd it go? Yeah, let's follow Miss Marvel. She even mentions like, oh yeah, I'm a mutant and an Inhuman, and it's just like, no one fucking cares. Inhumans suck. Why are you still carrying this idea around? Like, just fucking retcon it. She's just a mutant. Leave it alone. Noel is just a bartender so far in his constant form. Prodigy's a gay professor, and Sophie's whatever. But the twist is Sophie, at least her other sister selves or whatever, hive mind, are in with the bad guy that's working with the Krakoan to cause chaos. And it's just, you see this guy's wearing pink, but he's like a bad guy, and he's white with blonde hair. He's got a white woman cluster. They're bad with him. They're standing on humanity. These white people are good because they're oppressed and they're just human. But it's all just white people bad, women and minorities good. There's no heteronormativity that is good. So, yeah, I was just, and then like this is the cover for the next issue. I wish I could make it smaller, but it looks awkward because she's like, it looks like she's trying to like shit in her diaper, like as a kid. Like,
yeah. My son does that. He leans forward. I'm like, no, Papa. All right.
Exactly. Yeah. So I am
like trying to fart, you know?
I'm just at a loss because the X-Men is such a cool concept.
That knee looks weird.
Well,
weird. Like, because she's bent. It's like, you know,
she's bent, but then the left leg on the right side of the page, she's like, it's like she's like pigeon-footed stance. That's what they're trying to do, but it's just
that leg looks
why.
longer.
Yeah, actually, that is weird. The leg's longer, and that should be the one further away from us. So that's where we're at with the X-Men so far. It's a really mixed bag.
I like the coloring, bro. The coloring.
Yeah, and let me show you.
Art was all right.
Let me show you the X-Men.
I should say like
one.
all right. Like I'm just like art's not. The art was good. Coloring was really sold it. I really liked it. As far as the story, I don't know. We've had 10 years of that.
Yeah, let me show you the art for the X-Men so far is way more cartoony, but they actually seem to not be hiding from sex appeal in this, so that surprised me. If it'll let me, for some reason, this page is frozen. Let me try it again. Let me catch you with the chat really quick before I continue. Stoney did not like the rap of Eric at all.
Yeah, it was like when you can't hit the snare, you're not a good rapper.
So he was trying to dance his way out of Oak Cliff, man. He was trying to sustain the essence. He would have made an amazing Black Hebrew Israelite harassing people on the street. Yeah, you did that, Hootie. It was fucking great. Hey, we got Karen, honorary long-time follower. Let me play the honorary Karen clip here.
This stupid. This stupid.
We love you, Karen. Yeah, and the Bills are well, actually, no, the Chiefs are up 32. Yeah, Chiefs are up 32-29. 3 minutes to go. Bills got stopped. It's now 2nd and 12. So he says actual Muslims hate this character, by the way. Yeah, they've had a lot of problems trying to like retcon Kamala because Muslims hate what do you call it? They hate magic, I think. It's like haram, whatever. So even in the art, it's like you can't do it, I guess. I don't know. So there's that problem. So that's why they keep trying to like redo like where her powers are from and shit. And that's why she's now like a mutant. Oh man, Josh Allen's got him to the 40.
Yeah, but this wasn't made for Muslims. It was made to pat people on the back. Like, look at, we're making this for Muslims. You know that's what it comes off as. Like we're not. Like, look at me. I'm making a Muslim character because I'm reaching out to, because it's all about inclusion. We got to have more stories of them. And it's like, all right, give them your job. You want more stories from them?
Whoa.
Like, what the fuck, you know? No, but if you were really about it, like, you know, like, we don't need, you know, so they don't want to give their job, Angus. They want to give them ours.
Oh, of course. Trying to find there. I actually had a conversation. It didn't really go anywhere, but I did have like a retort to Vaughn about Kamala Khan a bit. Phobia. Maybe that's where I'll find it. I wish I'd. Fuck. Do you know what Vaughn's? Let me find Vaughn.
Vaughnster.
Vaughn. Okay, Rise Again. There it is. Let me save his handle, then I can find it. Maybe that's how I'll find it. Because he was talking about Kamala Khan, and I had kind of a retort in defense of the Muslims. Basically, he was sharing a picture of the Kamala Khan creator, the Anna Amanon, or whatever fuck her name is. Let's see, Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan creator. What's her name? Sana Amanon, that's her name. So he had a picture of her with Obama showing off at something with Miss Marvel probably, and I was saying, are you saying like she's just like a diversity character plug or whatever? And I'm like, sure, that's part of it, but we've had like 2 decades of Islamophobia pandering to America to invigorate people to support our bombing all these people in poverty in the Middle East for ulterior motives. So there's a legitimate reason to try to counter something that with a positive, like Dora the Explorer kind of character. So you could do it better, obviously, and not have it so like obviously be a, because like I remember I read like one of the first Kamala Khan comics, and it was really painting a very nice whitewash story of like the plight of Pakistanis from like their formation from India. Now it's just they're oppressed and shoved out, and it's like, well, you kind of deserved it. Like the conflicts y'all were having with the Hindu people and or I'm assuming British people when they were still in power over there in India. So it's not a clean cut story to say the least, but trying to be fair, it's like, yeah, I'm a vet of the global war on terror, and that was a big gay op on America we shouldn't have been in, and I could have some sympathy. It's like, no, I don't want Islamic people here because their ideology does not coalesce with America. If you're a good like American Muslim, you're not a good Muslim in my view, in my guess, my estimation, because like the ideology does not go with like Western democracy. But like I'm all for y'all having your space and not being meddled with. We never really had a problem in the Middle East until Carter era and afterwards with like the Iran shit. So it's kind of my point. Let's see. So he says, you see, Angus, Islam inherently sucks. Mexicans do not inherently suck. What does Mexicans got to do with this? I agree. Muslims hate magic, women, exposed flesh, non-halal foods, basically anything that isn't expressly Islamic. Well, I mean, I've always said like Islam, people try to talk about the golden age or whatever. They contribute some science here and there, but yeah, generally speaking, like they're not going to like revolutionize the world in any way, but they'll probably be the last people conquered by wokeism and by everything that we in America, like, general conservative Americans, like hate what's happening, like who is funding this. It's never happening over there, or if it does, that's like the last holdout will be the Islamic world, because they don't put up with that shit. And so like there's a consistency that they will have. All right, so this is looking bad for you Buffalo Bills fans. Josh Allen just threw 4th down, missed. There is a flag though. It's probably against the Bills though. So probably getting
either holding or pass interference. That's usually the only time they throw flags that late in the game.
Looks like everyone's walking off the field, so it looks like it's about to be change of possession.
Yeah.
Yep, Mahomes is on the field. He's getting ready. It's 2 minutes though. They could pull something out. They could stop him, but all together it looks like rematch time, which is I want to get even. I always think it's crazy how Dora was never real and was just a computer game. Like the whole show was a simulation of what it was like if you had a computer in your house as a kid. Dude, as a kid, I fucking hated Dora. I didn't have satellite or cable for first year or two. My mom still got married. So all I had for cartoons was like Saturday Nickelodeon shit on CBS on the antenna. And it was fucking awful. I fucking hated Dora because you're like, where is it? And unlike Blue's Clues, where they have like kids in the show talking to Blues or Steve, there's no one. It's just she talks to you, the screen. And so that like really bothered me. I hated it, but I was stuck watching because like I had nothing else to watch. As a kid, I only had that window of cartoons, so I'm like taking what I can get, kind of thing. But man, I fucking hated it. And it's funny because I always argue like Dora is a media tool to influence people with a overly positive view of Mexicans. Because when I was a kid, the illegal alien stuff was a conversation back then, like 10, 12 years ago. Well, I guess it'd be like 20 years ago. And now look at where we're at. So many people are like, oh, no human's illegal. Borders aren't real. Like, I think Dora is like a cog in that. You know, you can say it's a bunch of things.
Yeah.
It's college education. I think Dora, you know, because like, again, I was a kid when that was popular. And now my generation is voting age and becoming more and more of the pertinent block to win over in elections. So I think it had its effect. What do you think of that, Rich?
Yeah, I think so to an extent, but it's such a complicated situation because it's man, like it's weird because in Mexico a lot of these people are suffering because America is the biggest consumer of drugs, of illegal drugs, right? So it's like, man, we can really go after these drug dealers and if we really wanted to. But, you know, like America makes money off it and the black ops and all that shit. And I'm just getting into conspiracy theories, you know, but it's, man, I just wish there was more of a way to, because there are hardworking people from there that just really want to come over and have a better life. And that's amazing. I just wish there was a more, a thorough funded legal way for it to happen and just better screening for those, and also no tolerance for anyone that isn't willing to follow the rules and the laws. But hopefully Trump gets that right.
Yeah. I just dead at this. Somebody says, but you see, Dora never crossed the border.
The border crossed her.
Stupid. Stoney's always great with these odd fucking commentary.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the X-Men I was talking about. This is like a real tone shift in artwork. So this is the cover. Now it's like cartoony style, really exaggerated proportions.
Yeah.
But like, look at how macho Cyclops is, young Cyclops. You got the brute Juggernaut. You got Magic with her like basically bra and panties armor. Look at Psylocke with those curves. Look at this nice curve on her ass, thick thighs, and you got Temper in the very distant background. I don't know who. Oh, this. I guess the guy with the eye is supposed to be one of the secret mutants you find out in this issue. But yeah, let's look at some of this art. So first off, it starts out with this chief of police, Paula Robbins. She's a frumpy, I don't know, Eskimo or something. Because this is in Alaska. And so it's like, oh, look, the position of authority is this potato-shaped brown person going to inquire Beast.
That's a rough picture right there.
Yeah.
Rough.
But I like the look of Beast here. I like his face. It's kind of comical. And they church her up a lot better in this picture here because it almost looks like some trying to.
You go up, look at she looks like fucking Eric Cartman. Look at fuck.
But you see this looks like
looks like one of them plus size models.
This picture here though of her looks like they're trying to copy like Art Adams or something style. Yeah. So that looks good. And then we get here, Psylocke looks fucking cool as fuck. You got Quentin Quire.
Oh, these colors are fucking amazing.
Yeah, even though it's like a lot of like purple.
Isn't that the chick the Rippaverse just hired right there, man?
It's Gothix. Hey.
I know she was the next man. Literally the next man.
X-Man.
I'm gonna stop picking on her, man.
Juggernaut and Magic teaming up to clear the way. And you got Temper. Look at Temper. Look at the curves on Temper. She got a nice pair of titties. Got this color scheme to accentuate the cleavage spot.
It seems like they're going for a different market than this one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that was what I was reading some. Like they got like so many different things for different tastes.
Like in my opinion, right? It's like I'm all for this because it's like it's everything. They're not making every chick look like a fucking board, you know. And they have a LGBT character or whatever plus character in there, right? So it's like everyone.
I don't know about
this is, you know, well, it looks like non-binary, right? Because even the checkered, you know, it's like, you know, that kind of, it seems like that's like a symbolism for non-binary, you know. I'm all over the place, you know, so I'm cool with this. Like, I don't mind these characters and people in stories. It's just when the whole story is about this and only representing this, that's when it like gets kind of annoying, you know?
Yeah, and I was excited because I think EVS said he created this character, Blob. Or
oh yeah.
Let me see.
That's cool.
Mr. Herman. I think they say his name. Somewhere in here they say his name. I think it's Blob. But yeah, he looks cool. I've never read a comic with him in it, so I think that's one EVS said he made. Yeah, they got Wolverine. It's just like, it's crazy to see this versus the Knicks comic I showed you. You know, like let me
a lot more action going on in here.
Yeah. Like the colors all just a whole full spectrum. There's it's cartoony style, but it's still got like weight to it. It's got depth. And it's just,
yeah, I think this is like the main line. I feel like this is the audience. This is like, hey, you want X-Men? This is the main line. The other one is more for like teen drama.
Yeah, I guess.
You know? This is like
that's a cool shot of her face. But no, I don't think. Well, I mean, I could be mistaken, but they say in here that like Temper and Quentin were like boyfriend girlfriend before. So I think he just likes to look like a freak or whatever, stand out. I don't know. He
no, his publisher wants to look like a freak. He's just a piece of paper.
Yeah, and then Magneto's here.
Cool.
I don't know. I don't really like this suit get up on him. But
like
whatever.
He's shopping at Sean John now.
It just doesn't really go with the helmet is the point for me.
Yeah. What does go with the helmet though?
Everything else is pretty good.
Besides Sturgis, what else goes with the helmet?
Oh wait, yeah. See, look at this shot. This is very like male gaze shot, like exaggerated posing. It's nice.
They understand the form and the beauty that women have.
Yeah, so you see my problem, like reading this and reading Wolverine, where he's like got Nightcrawler trying to find him, and that's what's weird though. It says the Wolverine comic's actually before this comic. Let me scroll up. It's before this, but then Wolverine saying like he's leaving. So I think they already kind of messed up their timeline a little bit with that detail.
Mm-hmm.
But then this is the cover for issue 2.
Yeah.
I don't really like the Psylocke sword. I like it more just being a smooth beam of energy. I don't know why they're doing this like Kylo Ren janky style.
It's like McFarlane's Spider-Man webbing.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't like that detail, but otherwise it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm having fun with this so far. Well, you know, I'm just going to read everything, but I was just like, I wanted someone else to witness this, like, see the contrast here. Like, this is all supposed to be one continuity, and it's very herky jerky.
I tend to check out some of the indie stuff. I forgot the name of it, but it was this comic from Image came out like last month, and it's it starts off with this girl having a like a podcast about serial killers, and they're having 2 active serial killers in the same city, and they think that they're competing against each other. And then you find out that one of the characters you're following is the serial killer, and he goes and searches for the other serial killer, and then they kind of want to team up or something.
What is this called?
I gotta find the name of it. I'll find it because I read it on like one of those free sites where you're like, hey, check this out for issue 1, you know? And it was like, oh, dang, that's cool. And then I just went to sleep. But it was
That's not my point. That's the fucking pop-ups on the site. I can't help it.
Yeah. Lucky it's not pornographic. It's usually
yeah, no, the pop-ups sometimes are though explicitly. Like sometimes when you go to the other window, because it'll just like automatically like populate a pop-up every like 5 minutes. So it's annoying. That's not a weapon. That's a sex toy.
Is there a paid subscription to
yeah, there's a Marvel paid subscription. I think it's like $10 a month.
Yeah. I like the Comicology Unlimited too.
Yeah,
I do the Marvel thing.
I'm mainly a Marvel guy. I don't care about DC, but when I go to the comic store, I just buy the Spawn comics that come out, and then if I see a random issue, like if there's anything with like Maria LeVay, I think's her name, or Mirka Andolfo, if she's doing a comic, I'll just instantly grab it if I see it.
You don't buy Niobe?
I've never seen Niobe. I've seen like one Antarctic Press comic in the store.
Larry's next to the pros all the time, dog. What are you talking about, man? Ben Dunn got him in the store with the rest of the pros.
I'm afraid not. I
was telling Cynic that it'd be funny if I just started a campaign, and maybe we all start a campaign to get Friskies to buy an ad in the Niobe comics. And just be like, the creator
cat
loves,
food?
Yeah, because that's what he eats. So we're just like, you don't understand Friskies. Larry, man, he loves Friskies. He loves Friskies, and he needs to have that in his comic. It would make him so happy.
Yep. The game is over. Chiefs won 32-29, like I said they would. Rematch,
like the ref said it would.
Yeah.
Look at
rematch
and look at everyone's a winner. The Chiefs win, and they didn't cover the spread.
Huh.
Yeah. So the Bills, because I don't think the Bills were that big of an underdog, or that small of an underdog.
Well, here's my thing. When talking about football, like my local comic store owner, or we talk football sometimes, and he's like, "Oh, I think it's gonna be Ravens, Eagles, and Super Bowl." I'm like, "It's never gonna be the Ravens, dude. Like until Lamar Jackson gets old and just sits in the pocket, he's never going to the Super Bowl." There's just something about these like X Factor like stars, Josh Allen and company, Mahomes being like the exception, I guess. None of these guys are going to Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, he can be exciting, but he's really a game manager quarterback that runs. He's not like the phenom Michael Vick kind of player. Those guys don't go to Super Bowls. Peyton Manning, they're regular season winners. That's my thing. It's like there's something weird about the stardom of the NFL. Usually, just not champions of the NFL. And so like Tom Brady,
I hear you saying the Tom Brady's, the Drew Breeses,
they become surgical, and that's why they become exciting to watch, because they know they're like, oh shit, you got to play Drew Brees. But they're not the ultimate highlight crazy athlete guys.
They have like just all of them had just an amazing offensive line.
That's the reason why Philly's going to win this time, because we're just
they have a great
run game, all about the lines, defensive line. We're going to smother. I think the Super Bowl is going to be really boring until the fourth quarter. I think it's just going to be back and forth, run all day with a trick pass here or there, maybe a sweep or a end around, and then we're going to get the fourth quarter like shootout.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen, and it's just going to come down to which defense will have some blunders in the secondary, or if the refs throw flags.
I don't think they're gonna throw flags that much. I think this is my theory, and this is only my theory. I had no proof of this, so this is just me speculating. But I feel they protect Mahomes to get to the Super Bowl. Then after the Super Bowl, that's all they care about. Because you're already watching the game, but to get you to watch the game, he needs to be in the Super Bowl. Taylor Swift needs to be in the crowd. they got you watching the game, and then after that, it's on them. Like like if it's blatant and you're trying to take them out of the game, and then people are gonna turn off. Like, yeah, but these like little Mickey Mouse calls, I don't think they're gonna call it.
Yeah. Victor says, have you, this could be for either of us. Have you read Immortal Hulk or Immortal Thor? I've not read the Thor. I've read about 10 issues of Immortal Hulk, and it's pretty cool. Even with like a kind of cringe SJW Black like reporter or whatever, trying to get Hulk's powers or whatever. That's why she's following him, because she's got a vendetta, because I guess he killed her family and some like collateral damage as a kid.
Wait, a female reporter trying to...
Yeah, like this black bitch that's when she's a kid, if I'm not mistaken, she lost her parents or something in a Hulk related incident of like probably collateral damage. Like so she wants revenge. She wants his powers.
A Rippaverse story. Like Gothix great uncle battled Eric July and
oh, that's gonna be fun. It turns out Blood Ruth was the name of Gothix's great grandmother. We're gonna play Pokemon at your ancestors' graves, Gothix.
Remember we had a passing conversation where we said Yaira was gonna be woke, and
that's really what kicked off my full board attracting. It was kind of just passive here and there, and then it's like,
and they're like, he doesn't even agree with them, and it's like,
right. I was like, no, because the thing was, I was like, oh. It was not like, oh, how dare you? It was
how many female
how
hires later? How many female hires? And since then, Sokka sisters are now what? The lore masters. They hired 2 more females.
Wait, 2? I know they just got Gothix, but where's the 4th one?
Student of God.
The Saskas. Gothix. Who's the other female?
Student of God.
Student of God. Oh, you're talking about Gina, whatever from War Campaign and Sex.
Hey, you think it is?
I have no idea. I don't follow the shit that closely to like to cipher like, oh, it's obviously this person. Like, I have no idea.
No, but
sure.
I had a theory. I think it's 2 different people, because Alex or like everyone thought it was Alex. And the Student of God was real passive. Like how Alex seems. Because even on his Twitter, they were real similar. Then all of a sudden, this guy is like, I don't know, he's very aggressive. He's very aggro. He's clipping everything. He's responding to everything. He has a lot of time. It just seems like that War Campaign, old school War Campaign energy, you know? So
no, War Campaign was like Bad Boys Remix. It was like Raiders fandom. It was fun, and this is just like,
I shouldn't say the old War Camp, but like prior to it all just imploding, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird time, because I was stuck with like, I like the energy of War Campaign, but I love EVS, and I don't want to stop supporting EVS. I'm not going to, but
yeah,
I think he's kind of fucked up, and they're like calling him out properly about some of this stuff. Because like, you know, the Zack Snyder stuff that EVS is getting on Geeks and Gamers for, he kind of had his own blunder with Dynamite, and it's like, well, obviously there's an advantageous reason to try to like use that backdoor Dynamite, trying to legitimize themselves to like work back in, normalize Comicsgate with comics mainstream.
But then when they backed away from Cecil, he backed away from Dynamite, and he called out the owner that was his friend. That's how I remember it. And like, you know what? That's because I remember EVS saying that's not cool. Like, we can't be friends. No, you can't slap my customers and these people that supported me in the face like that. You can't do that.
Well, from what I remember, it was like the BLM show was going on. Dynamite was promoting like, hey, buy this like BLM bundle to support bailing out vandals of different cities that are arrested in protest, Antifa and BLM. And EVS was still on board at that time, and then the Cecil thing happened. So then
I thought they were paying Gail Simone, and then Gail Simone was like, "Yeah, I'm going to use this money to." It wasn't like them directly, if I remember correctly.
No, there was a campaign of like a direct. These are Black created comics. Buy the bundles, and the profits bail out BLM vandals. And EVS was still working with them, and then the Cecil thing happened, so then it imploded. But it's like this was the whole problem in War Campaign with the EVS was like you've already had this Anna thing that from the outside looked like it was some sort of like YouTuber nepotism shit, and then you had the BLM shit they're calling him out for, and then Cecil got canned. So then
it was a lot of things happening at once.
It was like boom, boom, boom. So it could all be blended.
I remember Anna did the cover, and I remember them seeing. There's my message. Similarly, so I remember them getting mad because I remember Gat was trying to get into Dynamite, and they were pushing for him to get into Dynamite.
Did you read Vestige?
Nah, I heard one was all right. It just I don't know. Like
I was excited I got it, and I'm like, hey, it's fine, I guess, but I just don't get it. Like Gat seems to just hate superheroes, which comics is an art form. It's not superheroes. Superheroes is like a genre. It's like anime is not Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is a facet of anime is the art form style. But if superheroes are like the bread and butter of this genre, of this art form. And he was making this like 1800s, like Old West, like archaeology chick of some kind, getting like relics, and they're tied to different gods or something. It's like, it's all right, but I just wasn't head over heels at all about it. And then like what made me leave 4K fame, not that I was a big guy or anything in it, but was the two-facedness of Gat and Rowe, where they're saying one thing to us, the members, the memers, like we're not going to police our fans, but then they're going behind the backs and crawling back to EVS like, hey man, we're sorry, that was the fans, not us. And he's like, yeah, fuck you. So that's what made me turn away. And then Rippaverse shit taking off, the detracting, and then all the war campaigners who obviously should be like going after Eric for shitty comics.
Were, bro. No, they were.
I was
like, damn. Like, because back then EVS was supporting Eric. So they were going after.
Okay, so they collectively flip-flopped when EVS switched.
A lot of even like War Campaign, but when EVS switched, then they started becoming fucking Sims for them.
Yeah. And yes,
or they did I don't know. Well, he fulfills his books on time. And all that. But like I seen Kate Brady call them out. Like, man, you guys didn't care about comics. You were like, because he's like War Campaign or was War Campaign or maybe still is. I don't know. He was like, you guys were doing truck rallies and now you guys want to come back to comics? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, all that was fucking weird.
They got something that took off.
They leaned into the fucking trucker rally shit in Canada, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. It's like you people voted for this. Now you're gonna cry about it when you're suffering the consequences of what you voted for. Like, I don't feel sorry for you. It's like America. Obviously, our shit has been rigged, and so we're all mad about it.
Yeah, that was a weird fucking time, bro. It was just weird. But yeah, man, I remember them. A lot of them were detracting, laughing at him because they were like, this is Comicsgate, and then now they're like, Eric's never been Comicsgate.
Yeah, Kate Brady, I used to like him, but I've seen him switch and be like, oh, actually, I'm really sorry, Eric, and thanks for unblocking me. And it's like, okay, yeah, here we go. Let me see. There's a couple things I want to look at. So this was I thought was funny. Someone did a Grok analysis of Eric July. So it says, by definition, July's criticisms make him a detractor of Marvel and DC's recent creative decisions. His commentary often serves to highlight what he perceives as negative changes in the industry, potentially influencing fans' perceptions of these companies. Uh-oh. It's funny when you bring that up, people are like, oh, well, that's the mainstream. You're going to support billion-dollar corporations? Like, that's not the argument.
If I detract, they're like, oh, I'm like, well, you detract. Well, you're just a shill, all that stuff. A corporate shill, that's what they call us.
I thought that was hilarious. There's something else. It's a clip of Shane, I think, from someone. Maybe it's let me go to my notifications and find it. Oh, well, before I continue that, I got a shill, I guess. A little shilling for myself. If you want to buy something from me, you're not supporting just me, though. If you buy this merch, let me present. Where'd it go? There it is. So thanks to Eric July, I was inspired to come up with this idea of the glove department. You can get your glove department merch, let the police know you are carrying, and show your support at the next Rippaverse meetup, wherever it may be. I think everyone will love having this. They'll love seeing it at the Rippaverse fandom. Get your stuff today. You can get a cutout. Why did it?
You know what you need to do is AI this on Danny Glover. And just be like, are you a Glover? Glove department.
So, glove. Not fuck. I was about to say glove
then
salad.
Danny has that that fucking comic book bubble where he's like, I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, you can get shirts or hoodies and this also coffee mug of the glove department. All the profits. Mint Salad, she's the artist for this, commissioned her. Instead of just tipping her a little extra, I'm like, hey, I'll just give you a 25% cut of the profits. So nice. You back me, you're supporting Mint Salad on this listing of the glove department merch. So grab your glove department merch, show off your fandom, and yeah, let me put the link in the chat for y'all. And also code Gothix this month until February, like the end of February, for 10% off of glove department merch. Here you go. Oh shit, that's to read comics. Wrong link. If you want to read free comics, go to that link. For some reason, the hell?
That's weird.
There we go. For some reason, the link was the comic site on that page. I don't know how that happened.
That's weird.
Here you go.
Read comics and back the glove department.
Yeah, but no, definitely check out that source. If you don't know, if you go to Read Comics Online, unfortunately, it's got a lot of pop-ups. I've never had any problems on my phone or computer with any virus shit. It's just an annoyance of the site. Yeah. But it's got a wealth of books. You can read a lot of Rippaverse on there. I think there's like 4 issues of Rippaverse comics so far on the site. But you can't search artists or authors. You have to know something they've been mainline credited for to then go search their listings under their name. So it's like if you get the right, like Flash Rebirth, that's how you can find EVS. And click on them, then you can see whatever he's credited on the site having done. So yeah, gotta search by comic title, not by artist or author. So that's a little bit of annoyance, but good site to navigate more or less. Let me see, what else was I going to look up? Something about Shane Davis talking about Gothix, because it's just like, holy shit. That was like, I've not really been keeping up with the Gothix conversation much, besides obviously she's like a woke retard.
No, she said she can't afford comics.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to pull up. Let me find it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
But I gotta get going, brother.
Yeah, you're fine, man.
I gotta go. Man, I gotta do laundry still. I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. I still gotta do laundry. It's a rough weekend, man. But
I get it. Luckily, I don't have to go work till 6 in the afternoon tomorrow. So
shit, that's a luxury, but not really. This is like, dang. Yeah. All right, man.
Thanks for being on, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Always fun chatting with you. Hopefully, we'll get clipped to make history again. And then,
fly man, Eagles fly, my friend. Sorry about LA.
Yeah, I'm glad your team's really, going to the big game. And yeah, man. So I'm going for the Eagles, man. I want a new champion. So
yeah, honestly, before you go, it's really nice because when I started being a football fan, started watching. I just being in cowboy country, I saw eagles all the time, and the helmet, the wings, just looked so cool. I just latched onto it. May have been a subconscious like Hercules fandom because of like Hermes and his wings. I don't know, but I just love the wings on the helmet, and I started watching them. But it was like the year after they lost the Super Bowl, and so I only retroactively could like learn and watch those clips and stuff. And then so now it's nice to be in a new era of like dominance or repeatedly in the hunt for Super Bowl and legitimate contenders. So it's a nice time to be alive and be cognizant and fully in it.
Yeah, definitely, man. Well, go Eagles, man. Go Philly. Let's do
Thank you.
All right,
fly
man.
Eagles fly.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right, people. We're gonna look at some Gothic shit. Probably find some Katie clips as well. Because I know she's put up some new stuff. I was hanging out there last night. I'm actually going to clip myself from her stream yesterday because I was talking about Melanie Mack. And I think I had a good little off-the-cuff rant about my annoyance and how she does a disservice to Christendom. But just give me a moment, actually. I'm going to play some Bitch Made Brian for you. I grabbed me a Diet Coke. So I'll be right back with you shortly. Here we go. Bitch made Brian. Bitch made Brian.
Bitch made Brian. Brian, you expose yourself, feminine vibe. EVS called you beta, ain't no need to hide. Just stop it, man, don't drag this out. All this drama's only making you doubt. You got a cool comic, yeah, I'll cop it soon. But your behavior won't stop me from dropping that tune. No fake reviews or petty tricks from me. Just do your thing, man, and let it be. This looks dope, can't you see the play? Every second you keep going, more slips away. Potential customers come, they ain't gonna stay. While you moralize against someone who won't sway. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian.
Oh, perfect timing. I had to take a piss too. Oh, great. Let me catch up with y'all. Look at those Gooner statues in the back. Of course, Tiso. Gotta represent Gooner Nation. Of course. But yeah, here's the link if any of y'all want to join me. And or bring me other things to talk about. Oh, I search for this Gothics thing. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let me pause this and pull it up. I've got a PC and on phone. You can join on the phone, but have your charger ready because StreamYard eats up your battery really bad for some reason. I don't think they have an app for it yet on the App Store or Google Play. Oh, refreshing Diet Coke. Share screen. All right, so this is Lombarcy. He shared this clip from Trash Guys. I think it's from last night. And this is really eye-opening me because I haven't quite followed this. I've like listened passively to Trash Cast last few times, but I've not been really attentive as I should be to this. We're getting back in the rhythm this year. So let's see what transpires because this really shocked me actually.
Outsider looking in, you know, I'm a bit of a normie when it comes to the comic book industry. I'll be very honest. My husband, he knows this stuff. So I have started to pick up some things.
Yo, why were you hired? I don't understand. You don't know anything about comics. Bitter elitist. Read those comic books. Just read them. I dare you to read those comic books. Put this guy on.
Based on what he's reading, because I can't buy comics. They're expensive. All right.
Right there. That's what is like. Wait, aren't you like a big famous YouTuber making super chats? You can't afford comic books? Like, what the fuck? Like, you don't have to buy 20, 30 comic books every week. You can just follow a couple lines like I do. I probably spend like $50 a month. What?
Oh my god. Dude.
Oh, to parrot Sturgis, Eric hired a brokey. He hired a brokey. This is evidence. Self-professed brokey Gothix is the spokesperson of Rippaverse now. That's actually what I'm confused about. If anyone can clarify or point me to videos to clarify. I was under the impression she joined because she like creative itch. I was under the impression she was joining to make another shitty YouTuber comic under the Rippaverse umbrella. But from what I'm gathering, she's just going to be some video bitch for the channel. So that's even more perplexing because like Eric could just do that. He can make his canned content. So what is this?
And she's going to start she's going to dictate who's an elitist and how we're problematic. And, oh, you know what you're doing. You're an elitist.
Eric, I mean, for a second, I thought she was a comic book fan. Look at that look on her face now, like right after she said that. Did she realize she fucked up?
Yeah. I mean, the only comic she's ever came across is one that her husband left in the toilet, probably. And he probably knocked the door down to get it back from her.
Gothix, who gives a fuck what you think? You're not a comic book fan. You can't buy comics. You never read them. Why did you get this job? Who are you?
I will say this on record. She should really take comic elitist out of her fucking vocabulary if she doesn't read comics.
Yes. Let me hear that again.
You know what? Hang on, Eric. I don't need who the fuck needs some off the street calling us comic elitists? I mean, you're trying to make a comic book. So you just hired a girl that just admitted she
What's up, my fellow Eagles fan?
You piece of shit. So that's all I'm like, get the fuck out of here. That was good. Hold on, let me turn on my light. There we go. Shit, that's too bright. I need to balance that. There we go. Let me solo myself really quick. No, I don't have Red Sony. I got Mystique. I got Padme and the Nexu. I got Asajj Ventress, Aspen from Fathom Comics, and Starfire. Not a DC guy, but DC makes the hotter characters usually for the statues. So, thank you for inquiring, Victor, the Lore Seeker. Yeah, she probably does not know what Isom's powers are. Someone should ask her that. That's good. Actually, let me after we play this, I'll go on her Twitter and ask her, what are Isom's powers?
You should just ask her, where can you buy the sweatshirt at again?
And we got Victor the Lore Seeker. What's up?
Hello.
Have you been following how much have you been following this Gothix Rippaverse drama? Victor.
Yep.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah. I was asking you, how much have you been following this Rippaverse drama as of late?
Oh, I go way back. I've been watching ever since the Dick and Yellow Flash screen.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say Vito, but okay. That was a great benchmark of detracting. I love it. see. You think Rippo would provide a stipend specifically allocated for relevant comic purchases and comp all the in-house stuff? Well, that would be money out of his pocket, and they're going under slowly but surely. Tiso, how far is Yaira funded?
It's like 220 something, 230.
Jesus Christ!
I think it's going to get. My estimate is probably going to get to like 400 or 500. But like, there's no denying that. Like, how do you go from 1.5 million and really there's not much difference in what they're selling. Like, they even have the Yaira statues counting toward the goal, and it's nothing's increasing it to that same level. So like, what? How can you deny that there's not a decrease going on with all the books?
Yeah, I'm looking at 244,000 so far. I've got my copy, but I'll probably
no one's gonna waste their money on the Yaira statue. That was a waste of money.
I didn't buy it.
I'm not a statue collector, so I have no reason to spend $500 for it.
It was. I definitely contemplated the brokey option for like the payment plan, but it's not worth it. Like, there's no market for it. Everything Rippaverse sells.
Yeah, I mean, the statue is going to be available anyway. Like, I guarantee you, come Rippaverse Day, that statue is going to probably be like $150 off.
Wait, what is Rippaverse Day? Is that a
It's
thing now?
when they launched the first ISOM comic, so it's going to be in like July or August. Remember that one day where like everything was like $5 or whatever?
That was Rippaverse Day.
Yeah,
that was Rippaverse Day.
Okay. I had no idea.
Like, if I cared enough about Yaira, I would have gotten the statue. But I'm not spending $500 for a statue that size, especially when I know for a fact it's overpriced.
Oh, got some McInternet douchery in the house.
What's good?
Now, if it was a Lady Death statue, then it's a different story.
Oh my god!
Well, if it like a Lillian statue, I'm down for that one.
Well, Tiso, are you this is for the panel, I guess. The Rippaverse, me and Ricky slogged through that, and we were genuinely interested in the Lillian Renashi comic, whatever that's called. The like Hulk pain idea. That could be good. Now it's Rippaverse, so I doubt it. I doubt it'll pan out, but that's a cool concept.
Well, I think Lillian is like unironically my favorite character, quote unquote, in the Rippaverse, just from like a design standpoint. So I was like really excited that they announced it, and I'm hoping from like how they had the trailer that they're trying to tie in Lillian to the whole blood-roof demons and walking the earth for like centuries and yada yada, because they had some like words that kind of lined up with it. So I'm hoping that's what they're going with the story. But either way, like nothing they've done really lines up with anything they promised anyway.
I guess the one that I'm more looking forward to is the spy lady, like a black widow.
Oh, Saoirse.
Yeah.
Huh. I still haven't. I read it. I remember reading on Tony's stream a long time ago, but I have not actually sat down and read my Rippazine to digest it properly. But
it reads well. It's suspiciously good, and I'm like skeptical that Eric actually wrote this, because just a year ago, if you read like his salvage, like his dialogue in salvage, and you compare it to like Saoirse, like there's no way that he leveled up like that in the short span of time.
He ain't writing nothing.
I guess I'll give you that. I don't know.
And give it a solid maybe.
Maybe he finally got an editor to look at his work.
Well, I mean, he's the editor in chief, so like the only person who's looking at his work is himself.
What idiot wrote this? Oh, right. Oh. People can improve quickly if they put their minds to it.
I mean, I'm giving them the benefit. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I'll assume legit until proven otherwise.
Sorry, I'm catching up on something. Hamilton Burger. Still
Yeah,
on Katie.
I still have to order my I haven't ordered Bloodroof or Yaira or anything like that. I've been waiting with my cart because I didn't want to fall into the FOMO. And every one of these new launches has somehow converge on like a March release. So like, what's the point of me rushing the pre-order when I can just buy everything when it's technically in stock in March?
Who's gonna buy all those comics? That's too much. Just buy what you like.
Well, I mean, all of them I want. Like, I want to read Bloodroof. I want to read Yaira. I definitely wanted to read The Great War Separation. I'm still hesitant on buying Trinity, but I'm a sucker for hardcovers. But I know for a fact he's going to get me again with the Isom Trilogy Omnibus.
Well, you're going to get that? Oh, the Isom Trilogy. Never mind.
Yeah, like, so like, I don't want to get Trilogy, but like, I'm a sucker for hardcovers. And because he said that, like, Alpha Core and Yaira has like updated panels or whatever, or color and whatever, I got to get it. But like Isom is being like an entirely different experience that I would have to get it just to see the differences. But I already know like it's a waste of my money because in a few months he's going to get me with the Isom 1 to 3 omnibus, and you know like Isom 2 is going to get redone too. That's the only way he'll sell it.
Sorry, I had to get rid of that ticker.
Yeah,
that's why I don't want to technically review Isom yet. I want to give Eric the benefit of the doubt, even though like everyone else reviewed it and we all have had our criticisms on each book. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and finish his story off to see if it actually makes sense.
Maybe we'll finally know where Jasmine went to.
She's a hell monkey. End of story. I have to say Eric killed her. Isom actually already killed her in hell. He wasn't aware. Actually, I'm interested to see what they're going to do with Sam I Am, because it seems he's got powers arbitrarily.
What about Horseman? Is that getting another comic?
Oh, I forgot they're doing a series of Horseman now. I don't know why Horseman was Horseman #1.
We never know why he called himself Horseman.
It's because of his enormous penis.
That's shaped like a long rectangle block.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that, but
Well, he was just blessed by the gods. I mean, good for him.
I guess.
Block cock. Yeah. All right, let me finish this clip and then we'll talk some more and find some Katie clips.
Like, what are you doing?
He's doing exactly what DC Comics, Marvel, what Lucasfilm did. He's doing exactly that shit. This person is here for a reason other than to celebrate the wonders of storytelling.
I love the joy EVS has at seeing this disaster. What was y'all's thoughts when you saw this? When you saw Gothix pop on the scene for this shit? Have any of y'all followed her before this?
I didn't know who she was at all.
I was aware of her mainly because of Rippaverse fighting her on Twitter, so they would pop up in my feed. I'm like, why is this bitch on my timeline? And she's like, it's a free country. I'm like, yeah, I'm free to not have to look at you. Thanks.
Like the only thing I've known her, like I've noticed her from is from the quarter-in with her and Melanie Mack on her. But other than that, like I don't know who this person is. I don't know why Eric hired her other than just for like an optics standpoint. So I have no really like leg in the race against her. It's just like after seeing her introduction video and then her explaining, well, I don't need to read comics to know anything about that. I only need to read Rippaverse, but you don't even read comics, so you don't even know how to do your job. And you're a spokesperson. You couldn't even tell people where to buy the sweatshirt you're wearing, how much are comics, or that they're too expensive. Like, why would you say that to potential customers? That, oh yeah, comics are too expensive to afford. It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's
I'm more of a manga guy. I got a bunch of manga.
I have not really dipped my toe in that water. I do have this one. It's like a Centaur series. One that's like a slave for some reason. seems interesting, but I haven't like followed through with it. I'm bad about like going to the library and buying shit.
Inland Saga's good. I got that.
I said you have my full attention. Tell me more about the centaur slave thing.
Actually, yeah, let me grab it really quick. I don't know what it's called.
You guys gonna go see that Marvel movie with the Red Hulk?
No.
I'm not. I stopped watching Marvel after Endgame.
Yeah, that's where I jumped off to.
Okay. Headphones. Here we go.
Honestly, Marvel should have just ended with Infinity War and just, left half the universe dead.
No, I love Endgame. I think Endgame's a great conclusion. All right, so this is called Centaurs. This is book 1. This is the cover. The cover really caught my attention. Of course, it's manga, so like there's no fucking colors.
Black and white
annoyingly. Besides like a couple like intro pages. But no, it's pretty cool so far. It's got like a lady centaur. Some of them don't have arms. I think like they cut their arms off as far as I got to like limit their potential, to escape and whatnot. Seems to be some sort of class warfare, if I'm not mistaken, but I have not read much into it. But it's from a Blaze manga.
Is it more like a seinen type of manga?
I have no idea, man. I'm not a manga guy. I'm not an anime guy.
Okay, is there like graphic?
Is it bloody and gory, or is it played
stuff
more lighthearted?
I've not really read enough to tell you that. But then I also got this random one called Vampire Cheerleaders. I thought that sounded funny.
Fair enough.
And then Solo Leveling. I know that's like a popular thing right now. I've not cracked it open, but is it good?
It's pretty good.
Okay. I've watched Vinland Saga. I assume that's a manga.
Yes.
Yeah, Vinland Saga is pretty cool. Like that's actually, because I'm a big Attack on Titan fan, so that is probably so far in my limited knowledge the best follow-up show, with like the hangover of Attack on Titan being over. And then I got Rooster Fighter.
What's that?
I have no idea. In a world where terrifying monsters walk the earth, one heroic rooster is destined for greatness. When giant demons threaten the innocent, he's going to show them who's boss. So this is basically about Eric July. The neighborhood cock of the walk is more than just an ordinary rooster. He's humanity's greatest defender. His opponents may be 10 stories tall, but nothing is bigger than his stout heart and his fearsome battle cry, cock-a-doodle-doo, from Viz Media.
Oh, Viz actually put this out? It's an actual real manga?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Rooster Fighter.
I thought this was like sort of like that manga, that fake manga, sort of like
an AI prompt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, like I see something wacky. It's like, okay, this might inspire me in some way. Because me and Rookie have this idea. I want him to help me make like mini comics in Meth Gator for every issue of Raptor Cup. So we watched Jurassic Park 3 a while ago. We hadn't seen it in a long time. Spinosaurus is my favorite dinosaur in the Jurassic Park world. And unfortunately, they've really snubbed the Spinosaurus because all the butthurt T-Rex fans. Which is kind of crazy because T-Rex is like in every fucking movie. So it's kind of incessant. And so it's cool to see the Spinosaurus just snap that fucker's neck, and like assert dominance. But all the butthurt T-Rex fans. So it's cool to see them like make some giant Spinosaurus toy for like the cartoon. But I'm still waiting for them to do live action. Like that's the one redeeming quality of Jurassic Park films is seeing the dinosaurs, even though the films suck. But Jurassic Park 3, I think, is like the second best Jurassic Park movie. I don't know why people crap on it. It's a good movie. It's a good.
I mean, I don't know what they're using it against. There's clearly Jurassic Park. Are you going to say Jurassic Park 2 is really good? And then you got like the Jurassic World movies.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like I hate this whole culture now of like, we're gonna tell you, we know what's best. We're gonna tell you what's canon. We're actually gonna make new canon that's better.
Like the Star Wars sequels.
Well, but like Halloween. I'm not a Halloween guy, but like the premise of Halloween's cool and whatnot. And then they had all their sequels, and they had a few reboots, whatever. I like the Rob Zombie reboot universe, whatever. I think that's a cool spin on it. But the new 2018 Halloween, which is part 2, actually, they're like, yeah, we're gonna retcon this is part 2, actually. And then they make it's an okay follow-up, and then the sequel is total dog shit, like Trump derangement, mob mentality shit. But then the third one, I watched other media's coverage of it, and like, wow, they're trying to do like Star Wars ethereal metaphysics with, like, I appreciate that. Sounds cool. It sounds like they're actually trying to do something besides just same old serial killer killing people incessantly with no real reason, you know. I still have not watched the third one of the trilogy, but
it's bad. Don't watch
I like the idea. I like the way they pitched on Redditor Media. So
it's not how they pitched it. It's really dumb.
I gotta see for myself.
No, I mean I respect that. I do respect.
You seen the Dune movies?
Dune? Oh yeah, I like the Dune movies. I know Chani sucks from the book, but they seem to be doing pretty well with it. Especially the second one. The first one is kind of a slog because it's a weird universe to adapt. I've tried to read Dune. It's a weird book to try to read, and so I've watched a lot of podcasts about Dune to understand it. A lot of Alt Shift X and Comic Girl 19 or whatever. So I appreciate the lore from what I'm gathering from their takes. And yeah, the first one is a lot of like exposition, trying to like do sleight of hand exposition. But the second one's like, yeah, you're just going to be a fan and watch this, or you're going to be lost and we don't give a fuck. I like how they did the second one.
Yeah, same. I'm a fan of Old Swift X's channel too. I like his stuff.
Yeah. I got into him because of Game of Thrones, but I fell into the Dune because of his comparative video stream about the two franchises, Game of Thrones and Dune.
Yep, I saw that video.
And yeah, what's crazy to me being a Star Wars fan is like understanding where Paul Atreides is going to go. And it's like, wow, like say what you want about the original trilogy, the New Hope comparison to Dune. Yeah, it's pretty good argument to say is a ripoff. But the prequel trilogy is the ripoff of Paul Atreides. I like it. I'm glad that he could popularize a story like that to some degree, even though it had a lot of, backlash, not as good of fervor as the original trilogy. But I'm a prequel guy, but Dune is where it's at. Dune feels like full maturity with the sci-fi genre and those templates and stuff. So I really love the ideas that are in Dune. The making a sci-fi with limited technology because of like religion. That's just really cool. Like anything where it's like religion is front and center of conflict and of like culture. That's why Game of Thrones works, because like it's always like in the background. It's always like a cog in the reasoning of people, or their lack of religion informs usually their cravenness, their deceptiveness, their lack of honor. And so that's like really rich storytelling. But yeah, that's my knowledge of manga stuff, which is basically non-existent. If there's a cool anime, I might check it out. I've watched a little bit of Dragon Ball finally because of Rookie, and I do like it. Old Dragon Ball and new, I guess the sequel series after the original Dragon Ball. I don't know the fucking distinctions.
The original when Goku's a kid, or the
yeah, like Kid Goku with his tail. Yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that was good.
And then the like a first follow-up series. It's fine.
I watched those after Super finished.
I was never the original. I was never a Dragon Ball guy because as a kid with Toonami, Dragon Ball come on and it looks cool. I'm like, cool, let me watch it. And it was just nothing but yelling all the fucking time. And that just turned me off. I'm like, I'd rather just sit with my hands in my lap than watch Dragon Ball as a kid. And it's funny because I find out as an adult they have an abridged version to cut out all the filler. So it's like, you see, that's a real problem if the fans have to chop up the show. So I guess I was kind of valid in my.
That's the Kai version.
The what?
The Kai version or the abridged one that's on YouTube?
I don't know.
I believe Kai was the official one put out by. I forget who was actually behind it, but that's the one that cut out all of the filler, like all of it.
Oh wow, Stoney, you shared the dog nigga. I've been wanting to read that.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta read that.
I know the premise. I know for people who don't know in the chat, it's born out of a non-consensual intercourse between a human male and a female dog. Dog nigga is a man dog armed with the forbidden ancient martial arts technique of dick biting on a hellbent path of revenge rape against the man he called his pedophile father. Professional wrestler Velveteen Dream. He was likely born in the dark forest because Australians are fucking crazy. That's the pitch. I love seeing Dog Nigga promos that he does, and he's like, "Yeah, you can read this shit for free, but you can buy it too."
I have a friend who's actually reading it, and apparently it's like unironically great. So,
huh?
How's the art look? Is it?
It looks kind of crude.
Yeah, but it works with the style, I think.
It seems like it's just a straight indie manga creation. So,
yes, but the name alone sells it.
Yeah, of course. And then the pitch is like, oh, okay, yeah, it really is a Dog Nigga book.
Yeah.
He's on a path. He's on a mission from God to rape his dad.
I love the term mission from God. It triggers the Rippaverse so bad. It's like, you keep it going. I forget.
Yeah, you guys are the only ones who are keeping it going. Eric's not going to do anything with it.
Okay, let me find some Katie did. Where is she? Oh man, it's a real hassle trying to juggle all these links and shit and searching. I just do this together impromptu, so all right, I think it's here. And she's got 2 channels, so oh fuck, that was from last night. All right, so
I forget why she has 2 channels.
Because they were like targeting her for a minute, so that was like she was, I guess, trying to offload into another channel. I don't know. Let me see. So this one's called Eric July Can't Breathe.
Can't breathe.
Interesting.
Interesting title.
Oh yeah.
With management, filing grievances and going to arbitration with management over violations of workers' rights. Their anger over this tentative agreement has led to a grassroots vote no movement by membership at all levels.
Katie!
From union branch presidents like John Cruz and Brooklyn
Hey, hun,
to
how are
CCAs like
you?
Jonathan Morris in Fort Worth.
People are pissed. And most of them, they wait, Katie, listen, y'all gotta, why? Y'all stay on Eric July neck. Y'all let that man, you gotta let Eric breathe. Lord. I'm glad you're doing well. Hope all is well with you and your family. But y'all gotta come on. Y'all gotta leave. Y'all gotta let Eric breathe a bit.
Oh, that's good. Okay, what is this? This is Goth's going on about not needing.
Let me show you how to block this ad. First, you're gonna.
Oh man, you don't got YouTube Premium?
No, you gotta super chat me if you want me to have YouTube Premium. That's how it rolls. I'm on a budget.
Mark says, not sure where Eric July hate comes from. I've been in the comic scene for a long time, and I think what he's doing is great. It's because you're not a bitter elitist. That's if I'm being frank, from an outsider looking in, I'm a bit of a normie when it comes to the comic book industry. I'll be very honest. My husband, he knows this stuff. So I have started to pick up some things based on what he's reading because I can't buy.
Then why did
comics.
Eric hire you?
All right.
Hire you then?
But all the good thing about me being the spokesperson for Rippaverse,
It's weird because before we go on, let me just touch it because I said something to this effect like a week before this, off of something different. Let me find it. Motherfucker. I hate trying to search my own. It's way easier on my phone to search for shit. Bear with me. Bear with me. And this is why you delete tweets, to fine tune your shit. Also, you never know when someone's going to report like some shit from years ago. That's happened to me. All right, so this is what I said.
Well, you do be saying some out of wild pocket stuff. I mean, I'll be saying stuff too, but I mean, like you be taking it a little too far.
See, what I do is memeing. Angus actually means the things he says, especially about the gems, as we call them.
Well, I'm about sick and tired of those gems. We see Hater says, not sure where the hate come from. He goes, I'm blind, I'm retarded, I can't read, I can't talk. I
saw him. Is that you?
So Eric says, you are both misguided and incorrect. I'm telling you this as the employer. Her job was not to know everything about the Rippaverse day one. That's nonsense. And I was like, why would you hire her then? Did you not see how mad Star Trek fans were when J.J. Abrams made shit? He literally said he hates Star Trek and they still hired him. Like this, it's really a 1-for-1 diversity hire brought into a thing they know nothing about or loathe. It like she is the Jar Jar Abrams of the Rippaverse, which is crazy because like no one actually likes this shit. They just are cheering because like the fans of Eric are cheering either out of just blind support of the idea of, yeah, fighting wokeness, you know, it's like lip service, you know, payment. They're not opening the comics. We saw like a while ago, there's some video of like some guy, yeah, I've never opened it, but I got Rippaverse. Okay. But
they're just Eric July supporters. They just want to buy the merchandise.
Yeah,
but he's wrong. He's wrong on this assessment anyway, because first, you don't hire someone in this position and then announce their position and then have them appear on camera without them having any type of like knowledge base on the product that they're selling. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, they should know about the Rippaverse day one when they go in front of the camera because that's their job.
They literally have a show based on this premise. It's called Ted Lasso. He's hired by an English soccer team. He's an American football coach. And the whole idea is that the ex-wife of the former owner is trying to like wreck his legacy with this team by just completely trashing it. But unfortunately, Ted Lasso is actually a good coach and is able to transition that skill to a totally new sport. And so that's like the hilarity of the show. I've not followed past like season 1, but it's a funny premise. This Gothix is Ted Lasso. But with no redeeming qualities. This is crazy, man.
She also doesn't even know what she is. She's confused when in the video talking about like she's not HR, and it's like you're a spokesperson. You're not in human resources. So like you're already confused on what your job description is. Human resources is for the employee, it's not for the customer. Like the customer doesn't go to human relations to tell them that Eric July sexually harassed them.
I'm actually confused on that. That could actually happen, though.
I mean, that technically could happen when you go to a meetup.
No, I just meant like you could go to a company's HR and you're not an employee of them for a dispute.
I mean, I guess, sure. If there's something credible, sure.
Now, I'm not saying to file any sexual harassment on the Rippaverse. Don't.
We already know how legal proceedings go with the Rippaverse. So, like,
yep.
Hey, you could get a nice out of court settlement like the Good Shepherd Ministries. Just saying. But no, actually, do not make a frivolous lawsuit on Rippaverse. But if you do, let us know so we can laugh about it with his rockstar lawyers. But no, I do not advocate for the frivolous lawsuits.
Says I only need to know about the Rippaverse. I don't need to know about what's going on in DC and Marvel and all these other things. I'll read them, but I don't need to know it like the back of my hand. Let's see.
A false equivalency, because that's kind of how Eric built his brand to sell his own comics, was a direct counter signal to mainstream comics. And so if you don't know their infractions that embitter fans, you don't really have a good selling point to be like, hey, over here at the Rippaverse, we don't make a trans character with a bat to hit transphobes like DC comics.
Well, see, that's the problem right there, because Eric will never explain what exactly is wrong with the mainstream comics when he launched the Rippaverse. There's problems in the mainstream, but here's the alternative. But what are the problems in the mainstream? Crickets.
Yeah. And on top of it, he's been disingenuous where it's like, I'm going to dance on the grades of their careers. He's very pick and choosy, but well, you're actually pointing out a problem with like his extension of his like never name dropping. For whatever reason, this bitch made like obfuscating who he's talking about, and he does that with like the conjecture, this rhetoric of like vague. Everyone's saying this amoeba of a problem, but he's never like specific.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like, I never said that I was trying to be a direct competition to the mainstream, or I was offering an alternative to the mainstream. I just said there was problems in the mainstream, but I never said what the problems were. I'm sorry if you're confused, or what. I'm sorry if you're confused.
You may have some reading comprehension issues. Wait, were you watching Katie's stream last night?
Yeah, when you were on it.
Yeah, well, it's funny because we're watching EV, and it's like he's literally going through what I was 2 years ago with Eric. He's like, you're just lying. Like, yeah, that's you not actually listen to what we said. But it was frustrating too because he's like, you're being political. You're making this political comic, and it's like, I think you're triggered about the wrong idea, Evie. So like, it's kind of weird. His infighting is actually nonsensical. Like, I'm actually not on his side. I'm unfortunately on Eric's side in that argument.
Yeah, I'm not like, I wasn't like, I think I remember Evie. Whenever I get my computer built and I look up his stuff, like I'm pretty sure I remember Evie's comics looking like complete garbage. And I think I would just blocked out of my mind. But like, I just didn't like his points that he was making near the end about Eric. Like, Eric was kind of right in some aspects for it, but at the same time, Eric does the same thing. Like you'll try to say something, but like it's another thing for him. Like he'll try to like skirt around it. And I was like reliving my own like type of like history with him, where I pointed out the same thing in a chat stream, and then I get gaslit by him and his community. Did you buy the book? Well, if you didn't buy the book, you can't really say anything about the book. But I bought the book.
Yeah, Eric's a master at the dodge. And like, it's not that it's not obvious when we can point it out, but he's like really good at just like playing dumb, or maybe he is dumb. Again, it's this like theory of mind problem, because like it's obvious he has like a theory of mind of a child. He has like no object permanence, like a baby.
He only has like a 4th grade education level. I always said that in so, and I meant it.
Hater says Eric looks like the fuzzy lumpkins. Dude, I love Powerpuff Girls. Actually, that's one of the comics I'm buying right now from Dynamite. Dynamite's been crazy lately. Like, I don't follow all their shit, but I see the titles they're getting Disney titles. Like, what happened? How did they go from like having to scrape YouTube for Comicsgate to all of a sudden a couple years later getting Disney products?
I think because like Boom is kind of like not really there anymore, and all those titles are going from like IDW and Boom to like now Dynamite's picking up. Like, I was just shocked that they're getting like all these other properties like Captain Planet now or Silverhawks.
Yeah, that Silverhawks, one of those cars looks really fucking gay, but hey, good for them. If it's, they got Thundercats too. The Thundercats pretty good from what I read too.
And I saw the old cartoon one.
Yeah, Thundercats cool. I was trying to watch the whole series one time, and I got to like this teddy bear episode. I'm like, okay, I can't do this. It was cool, and then he gated up with teddy bears. Like, what the hell is this? It just completely just wrecked me from following it. That Ginger and the cross-eyed guy are the fucking Gangrene Gang. It's a freak show. That is hilarious. We gotta start memeing them as Powerpuff Girl characters. That's hilarious. That'll really trigger them because it's like we're feminizing. Do not sleep on the Powerpuff Girls. That is like a legitimate comic product. But the comic itself is a great follow through from the 90s show. But the 90s show is retroactive back. It's like I always loved it, but having grown up with the Marvel series and DC trying to get beat and all these comic movies coming out this last decade or two, it's kind of crazy to see like how much there's a real comic fandom in the creativeness of that show.
Mojo Jojo was my favorite.
Yeah, Mojo's pretty good. My favorite's him. I love the demon, the trans.
Yeah, him is really great.
I love the bipolar. It's like Powerpuff Girls, and he's like like he's so bipolar. It's a crazy. I'm surprised that passed back then. Like looking back where we're at now, it's like how did that ever fly? Let me.
Well, things are better back then.
Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That went by too.
I didn't really watch. I was kind of growing out of Cartoon Network by that point. Although I was a SpongeBob Fairly Odd Parent, so it's like I did the '90s Courage, Dexter, Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack, Ed, Edd and Eddie, and then I switched to. No, well, I watched the show. I never got to see the movie till like years later. So I watched the show, then the movie. Strangely, yeah. But it's one of those like they always irritated me because like Ed and Eddie never really got their jawbreakers, or if they did, like something would always fuck up at the end of the beginning of the jawbreakers. Dexter's a genius, but Dee Dee's always fucking with them. Courage wins against the villain, but he never really gets his own payout usually. It was always like there's a lot of like masochism to those cartoons.
Congratulations, you have discovered conflict.
The conflicts never resolve is the problem. Like it's like
what do you mean they never resolve? The episode ends.
Yeah, the episode's in, but like it ends and like Dexter makes a robot to do a problem, and then Dee Dee fucks it up. Somehow everything gets solved, but then he's still getting like his ass bit by the robot. Like that's how the show's always in. It's like he never really wins.
You see, the lesson is about hubris.
Sure, but it's like every episode. Same with Tom and Jerry. Like Tom won like one episode that I remember. And it was always like, why do I keep watching this? He's always losing. I always want Tom to catch the mouse just to like get even, you know? I saw something, I don't know if it's true or not, but there was some meme going around of like, oh, like Tom and Jerry, they're actually friends, but they're just like playing for like the mammy or whoever's in the house watching them. So it looks like Tom is doing his job. I guess it's not true.
Yeah.
But that's a funny idea. It's funny though, because what is it? She just moved into this house, I guess. I don't know what's up with her situation, but she's got her Alpha Core on the stand, if you notice, at the bottom right.
Which he never read.
How much is a comic book? I think it depends on the cover. I think certain covers are more expensive. I like that hoodie. Where'd you get that? I've always wanted one. Well, you can get a hoodie like this from Rippaverse.com. Just click on their merch button or is it chop? I don't know. And you can pick yourself
Jesus Christ.
up one of these.
This is the same shit we've watched with Star Wars, where it's like fanboy tears mug and shit. This attitude, the like,
yeah, no,
The smugness.
yeah.
The smugness.
I now want the shirt less than I did before.
this is how you get like the nigger cells, like that shooter recently.
Yeah, I love that new
Okay,
one.
that dude was just a fucking
I'm
nut.
crazy for that word now. It's like you're involuntary, nigga.
This is what causes it. This fanboy tears smugness. Jesus Christ. I blame Mr. Beast like he did.
Another high school shooting.
Yeah. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Some variant covers are more expensive than others. Yes. Cover D is generally the cheapest.
The answer
cover.
is like they did Eric.
Gothic's being a grifter again. It does happen sometimes. It just comes out like grifter. But yeah, no, I think I said earlier in the stream. I know you weren't here, Mark, but I think a lot of the hate for Eric and the Rippaverse, honestly, it comes down to, I hate to say it, but jealousy, bitterness. Because if you remove the fluff and ask, what's the point of all the hate mail and the hate videos and the harassment? Like, what's the point of any of that? You don't like what
we think it's
harassment. Oh my
sucks.
God. Harassment. Now let's go look at Eric's channel and look at all the harassment he's given Disney, Marvel, DC, etc. Velma. I think he did videos on Velma. Never watched it. Like, we're commenting because we've read it in some way. Even if we got it for free, we've read it. I own all the books, but yeah, they suck. And it's I'm going to keep funny because like my one purchase isn't going to like. There used to be this idea that I supported like boycotting companies, but it's like, no, a movie's going to fail or not because of the general audience's interest, normies' interest. Us intensive fans on YouTube doing fandom content, watching stuff. We're not the make or break for the product. We are the initial funding for a project, but we're not like the stay power of a project. Does that make sense?
Nope.
What do you
no,
mean?
Angus, your purchase specifically is what caused all this. You did this.
No, you know, however much like the intense fans will buy like the huge price merchandise, it's the everyday fandom that sustains. It's the passive fandom of like, oh, I got a Spider-Man t-shirt from Walmart. That's what sustains Marvel. And like the passive, like I'm at Disney or Universal, I'll go on a ride, you know, like the intense fans might have that. Like intense fans will influence like the intricate purchases that are like exclusive, high price point. But the normies will sustain the market if it's in any way a valid product. I hate talking about this in this way because it's like it gets to the whole veto point of like the intersection of commerce and art. And I actually really hate that fact of like money's influencing art. I would say more than it ever should. Where it's like, oh, well, we're not going to keep doing that because it didn't make money. And it's like, that was like a good piece of art. Fuck, you know, like it's like most of the Criterion films might be political.
We live in a society where we need money to not starve to death.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I hate that this influences art. Is my point.
I mean, I get your point. I'm just saying we don't really have a better solution.
So, for example, what if like George Martin releases his Winter book, and that comes out? Always hardcore fans are going to buy it, but those who didn't like the show aren't going to buy it.
Yeah, it's not going to have the success of the other books, or it'll get a lot of bulk sales from like mass purchase of collection of like, well, let me get in Game of Thrones, let me just get the whole set now. So it'll get like after the fact kind of bulk burn. It's like when you get those DVDs packs where it's like, here's one movie everyone wants, and there's 3 other shitty ones that maybe broke even or were bombs, but it's a way to like fluff the numbers long term.
Yeah,
that's my point. But man, it's just crazy actually, like just watching this straight, her attitude. This is exactly why everyone's turning on all these companies and have been for like a decade now. This the in-crowd smugness, like I got the job inside, you're nothing. It just reeks of this.
He should have hired
Message has been
that Narcotic guy to do it. Then he'd be fine.
That would have been a smart choice, actually.
He knows comics, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's owned a comic store. He supposedly knows lots about comics.
Yes.
I don't doubt his knowledge base, more or less. That would have been a smart choice. And he's got like way more of a fan backing that applies to what Eric's trying to do, to just switch this to a just straight comic channel.
It was just more important to have the optics of having like a black woman.
Oh yeah, it's a diversity shield.
Yeah.
Black.
Black.
I don't know. He looks pretty on the pale side to me.
Are you doing the Anchorman 2? Black.
I might be.
Yeah.
It's like
She's
something
black.
And he's just like, you can't hold. It's like black. That's a great clip.
Received. Can we move on, or is there something else you're trying to prove? You know, it has to be jealousy, or it has to be lack of purpose. Maybe both.
Destroying you is our purpose.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm on a mission from God to destroy you.
I wasn't sold on that to begin with, but I honestly believe it now.
You
Hail
are
the prophet.
You are the Amalekites, and I am Samuel.
Is he the one that kills people with a stick?
He's the one who gets his hair cut.
No, you're talking about Solomon.
That's Sam's son.
No, yeah, Samson. Samuel is the prophet God sends to find the king of Israel, which is Saul. And then Saul does an act that makes God take back his gift, his blessing on Saul. So that's where David comes into the story.
Right.
Yeah. Book of Samuel 1 and 2 is pretty cool. Good drama. They should make that. That could be, and everyone, all the Christians would be triggered and crying. But if you want to do like the story of David is like the perfect Game of Thrones type of drama from the Bible. It's like get people in the Bible, get Bible people into like mass media. I mean, you have sex potential there. You got violence and war. You got politics. It's a perfect story.
If you have something to create.
Let
the market decide. Create. And if you can't create,
it takes
I guess
time
you can refurbish,
to create.
which is what a lot of commenters do these days. They just refurbish. In essence, just talk about other people. Grim.
Isn't that your whole fucking channel? Let's look at Gothic's channel. I've never looked at her channel.
I mean, that's all their content is talk about every other thing.
My online handle is Gothix.
So she's just a diversity shield star of I left the left, and so it's like a virtue signal to the right. That's her stardom. So fake woke. Are liberal women okay? Why are liberals having mental breakdowns? I voted for a sexist. How I woke up. Gay.
Just the gay.
I'm a Christian and I'm voting for a felon. Like, what? You're just talking about people.
Okay, so I think I understand what their point is. They're talking about vast swaths of people while we're talking about one guy.
Yeah. Well, it's one guy who's
online handle is
wormed into our space.
Mm-hmm.
I always click none on these, so it hopefully skews their their surveying.
Mark says not sure of subjectivity. Shit comics implies there's a standard for good comics. So who makes that standard for good comics? Is it the market or is it your own opinion? If it's the market, well, from my perspective, Rippaverse continues to grow. So the market has spoken.
It's not
if
growing.
it's your perspective.
Yeah, it's not growing. So like your perspective is that you don't have a perspective that matches it.
You're down to like, you start with 42,000, you're down to like sub 10,000. You're not growing. I mean, you're growing the number of shit you're trying to sell to make up for the lack of people
We
buying.
call this growing in reverse.
Yeah. Or wouldn't you call that shrinking?
That would make sense, though.
It's like molasses going uphill.
Oh my god. What a train wreck.
Well, that's a different conversation. Now the question is, why is your perspective on the standard of what constitutes as a good comic important?
Because
either way, you can like what you like. You know, your opinion is your opinion.
Base.
Not everyone has the same taste.
This is such a leftist argument. This is
don't buy it. It's not for you.
For the customer.
No. It's not for. I think the it's not for you is at least like the classic Brie Larson clip. I think that is a valid argument. Like, if you're mad about
yes, but this was targeted towards Comicsgate and other anti-mainstream dissidents. We are the target audience.
Yes. How would I put this? I'm gonna hurt my brain a little more before I articulate it. It's like right on the tip of my tongue.
From my perspective, I think it would be more. What's the word?
Oh, you know what it is? It's the let people have fun argument. That's what I was thinking of. It's this trying to sidestep the problem. Be like, oh well, like it's just all subjective. That's always the loser's argument. When they don't have an argument, they're like, oh, is art subjective? Like, no, art is like, you go to school to learn objective storytelling elements and tool usage to make the art. There's a reason why like a certain shot in a film elicits more often than not a certain response or emotion, because it was framed that way physically. It's an objective strategy. If you shade something dark, that's probably a bad guy, or it's a mystery character. Like, there's obvious objective traits to art. The subjectivity is like how you can feel about what the intent was. There's the obvious intent, there's the obvious purposeful layout of a thing, and so it's like, it's not one or the other exactly. It's not exact science, but there is pretty precise measuring tools we have and collective response from audiences. I think dropping 1.3 million from the previous book is a huge rebuttal to the quality of your shit. People aren't coming back to buy it.
Well, their argument would be, well, the sales are what dictates the art, whether it is good or not. So they'll still look at it as like, well, there's still people buying the book. So clearly there must be some kind of quality element to it. This is why reason I think that Eric made that quality quote unquote post showing off that one artwork.
What quality? 3D assets?
I think it's a piece by like Joe Bennett.
No, it was Will Conrad. When Alphacore was coming out, they had the poster that was drawn by Will Conrad, and at that point, Will wasn't good enough to be like an interior artist on any of the books, but he was good enough to do like one shot of a poster and the Dokemon cards.
Oh, are we getting more Dokemon cards? Has that been teased?
Yeah, Volume 3 was in Bloodroof.
Oh.
I'm not buying any of the Dokemon cards. Now that the
Come
website,
on.
No, I'm not because they're a waste of money, they're a waste of time. They're horribly written. They don't make any sense. Now, even though the website is better with the information is still kind of wacky. It's leagues better than what's written on the Dokemon cards. Like, there's no reason to buy the
But the cards are the best thing. Just imagine.
Grammar mistake. Dude, me and Rookie say this all the time, where it's like, she has 2 degrees. That's 2 whole lifetimes.
And that's why I knew that she was old. But she's an alien. It's like, she has 2 degrees. That's 2 different lights on it. And that's when I knew.
It appears she has ice from her pores.
She shoots purple magic from her hands, but I've never seen her kill anybody with them. And that's how I knew she was interested. Like, come on.
Like, I try to tell people, like, when I'm at the comic store and talking to the, like, they kind of get a kick out of it. They've noticed, like, I'll do like my black inflection imitating Eric. It's like it just comes natural. I can't help it.
You appear to be an African American individual.
And it's like, dude, I love these books because they're so bad in ways you could never imagine if someone liked comics that anyone would write. You know, like it's really magical to me. It's magical Negro product. That's what it is. And I encourage, you know, people say you want about me being a detractor, but like I feel like I'm like the only guy that's like outright every time like buy these books, support Eric, get more of this. It's worth the money. The joy Eric's given me laughing at these books is I can't put a price tag on it. I feel like Gavin Newsom with reparations. Like I can never pay you enough, Eric.
It's so bad, it's good.
No, it's so bad, it's bad.
It's not so bad that it's good. It's so bad that it's bad. It's like she's from Japan, but I cannot ascertain her exact nationality. Okay, go, come on.
And all you got to do is walk up and start measuring their skull.
Me and Ricky are talking about making videos of he'll just like stuff always comes back to the Rippaverse on accident with us because it's such a good fun for us. I was saying like talking about Dokumon and saying like, yeah, like Dokumon inspired the Watcher of Marvel Comics. And I was thinking like I should make the more characters I should make like origin stories of like the inspiration of the Watcher, the inspiration of Luke Cage, and do like this retroactive fucking reverse history shit, and then people would be like, "No, it's wrong. Stan Lee created this symbol." You know, it'd actually be funny fucking engagement probably if everyone corrects me and shit, and it just boosts the fucking viewership.
Oh, you mean like how like Stan Lee got inspiration from Eric to create like.
And Eric July is the reason we have Miles Morales.
Oh, he's the Black Stan Lee guy. Remember,
Eric July is Miles Morales. Superior Nav says this girl's a moron. She's in comics but doesn't know about comics. Why learn trends in the industry to help your company? This is the fun of the Rippers. Like this is just unimaginable retardation.
To be fair, I don't know this lady as an individual, but it really does seem like a very bad idea to put someone who has no idea what the industry is as the face of your anything.
You know, I'm just really disappointed she's only like the spokeswoman diversity shield for the channel, because I saw the update or whatever, like Gothix joins. I'm like, oh boy, more shitty YouTube comics. All right. I was excited, and
well, I wouldn't be surprised she has her own book coming out in the future. So like Eric doesn't even sell to the market, so he doesn't even understand what the market is. So of course, like his spokesperson is not going to understand what the market is or why it's important to know what the market is. But they're not even selling to the market, so it doesn't even really matter anyway.
I don't know.
It would be more beneficial to actually let me put it from a different perspective. I think Kamala, the Biden administration, worst, terrible, trash. But I still prayed for them. Why? Because as a citizen of the United States of America, I want my leaders to do well. If my leaders do
but
well,
you're not our
the
leader.
country does well. So I still prayed for them, even
You're
though
our
they suck at their job.
competition.
You may not like anyone's writing, a particular person in comics. You don't like their writing. You don't like their comics. Okay. What seems more logical? To hope the best for that person, which would then fix the state of the comic industry, Or
we already tried that.
We've done that, lady.
Do whatever it is you're doing. Like I just don't. I don't see it. It looks messy to me.
What do you think?
Again, go to your own fucking channel, bitch. What are you talking about?
Like, what do you think the criticism is for? It's just for him to just look at it and go, I don't need to see that. I don't need to take any of the criticism and try to improve. Like, that's the entire point of the criticism. We already tried this with him.
It's classic Ryan Johnson with seeing
too egotistical.
Where it's like, oh, do you think any of the criticism your movie's getting is valid? He's like, no. Wow, like, I don't know how you can be this fucking having come in this with Eric. I don't know how you can come up with these peers for years covering this kind of shit and then think you can slip it in your own company and we're not going to laugh at it and trash it and go, oh, look at this new woke addition to woke comic Rippaverse. Like, oh my god.
It says Rippaverse used computer graphics in early comics, passed it off as being hand-drawn. Eric denied it until sleuths found the exact 3D models his artist used, and then Eric changed his tune and defended it. I don't know anything about that.
Then why are you here?
You might want to know about that.
Why are you
But
there,
again,
bitch?
I don't.
I see she's stuck. She's stuck. She's like, oh, how do I get out of this one?
Brain reload. Reboot. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think that. I'm trying to phrase this in a nice way.
No, you're
I have
not.
to pause sometimes.
She's got to think of an excuse to make
I don't
Eric
know
look
anything
good
about
at
that. I
this.
can't confirm or deny because I didn't hear anything about that. I haven't seen it. But I don't think even that, if that were true, warrants any of the vitriol that this guy gets. I don't understand. That's where I.
Okay, someone sells you a book saying, I drew it by hand. Or I paid someone to draw it by hand because we want quality, we want real shit. And it's like, actually, we just printed it off a website and then colored over it. Thus creating fraudulent comics, fraudulent art. It made you pay a premium price for it, 5 times the market value, 7 times the market value of a comic. Yeah, it's fraud. It's not good. It's not good, and it deserves vitriol. I don't know, it'd be like if Michelangelo made his statue, it turns out is actually 3D printed, but then we gave him all this praise of being a great craftsman.
You're
not to the same
believe
detriment of art, but what were you saying, Sony?
Oh, I was just gonna make a joke about how Michelangelo was actually a lizard. But you know,
I don't know if it's true. I saw something about he was gay. You always have to question those.
I mean, he was Greek, wasn't he? Italian. Same shit.
You're talking about like the 1500s, though, 1600s. So
a lot of the Renaissance.
Right. No, I mean, it could be a thing, especially being an artsy person, but still talking about like a time where you might get burned at the stake. If you're
I'll
caught.
put it to you this way: I've never met an artist that wasn't a flaming homo. That includes the one that I'm with. So,
Michelangelo, gay.
The big gay, yes.
Anyway, well, there's no definitive proof. Many scholars believe Michelangelo was likely gay, primarily due to his passionate love poems dedicated to a young man named Tommaso de Cavalieri, which are considered
okay. Listen, if you're writing love poems to anyone, especially a guy, you the big gay.
However, given the social climate of his time, he could not openly express his sexuality. In some argue that the relationship might have been more platonic than romantic. Yeah, see, that gets interesting because, like, I read this book about the Theban sacred band and how basically when historians were actually uncovering this lost history and finding the archaeological remains and stuff, the site at the battle and stuff, their burial, and some of the works and stuff, there was, in translating it to like English, basically there is like this just shock of like, oh my God, all these heroes we loved were gay. Oh man! So they started like obfuscating the history, or like literally like
You
rewriting
mean to
it.
tell me that these big buff men who were constantly around other big buff men, with no women around for miles, did butt stuff with each other?
Don't say gay, just be gay.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
You're gay.
That's a great clip. Let me see. No objective standards of professional excellence are allowed in modern criticism. Got it. The industry doesn't have all this money to whip for someone to be good at writing or whatever. If you bad, they need to move on to another creative. Let's see. Hater says it would be like if someone tried to sell someone Amazing Fantasy 15, but instead you gave them ice.
Well, that's what happened with the kids at the charity frog thing. They were expecting to get money, but they were instead handed ice on #1.
Thousands of copies. Ice. What am I doing?
Sorry for them.
Yeah, I need a heart transplant, but cool. I guess this random black character
who doesn't save
toilet paper.
the damsel. Literally finds the damsel and then it's like, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to assault all these security guards for no reason.
Because they disrespected him. Disrespect.
I mean, Yaira murdered a dude just for thanking her. So,
oh, he hit on her. He's maybe.
How can I thank you for releasing me? Yeah.
Oh no, yeah.
You forgot. He thanked her for the rescue while hitting on her. And instead of just saying no, she blew his
head. He didn't
up.
say thank you. He's like, how could I ever thank you?
How can I thank you?
Fine body.
How can I thank that body or whatever?
Yeah.
All right, but you get the point.
And what's funny is the unwoke, anti-woke ripatards are like, he's a rapist. And it's like, he literally just got out of jail and he's still actually in the jail facility. There's been no rape that's happened. There's not even been.
You were just assuming that because he speaks in third person that he's a rapist.
Yeah, you see how woke these retards are on the inside.
Was that guy black? Is that what this was?
It was a white guy.
There's a white guy.
I see.
Yeah, he was already guilty. He's white, obviously.
Yeah, you know he did it.
Do we know who the villain is for the next Jaiba book?
It's
Yeah,
what? I'm right.
that was clever. You're not wrong. It's probably gonna be Magus Newmite again, the bug guy, the bug Doctor Strange guy.
I thought you killed him.
Yeah, but he's got magic powers or whatever. Yeah. Even though Eric like preaches this like continuity shit, no reboots, is kind of rebooting the character. Whatever.
Well, it wouldn't have made sense anyway to kill him off anyway.
Oh God, another black.
Considering that he was like in a lot of some emotional material anyway. Just like, why would you kill off like a major new villain for your universe?
Hey, is this a weave, Tiso? I'm assuming you're more of an expert. Is that a weave? See your hair?
What is it?
We're not seeing what you're looking at, man.
You get. Oh, okay. Sorry. I hit play. I didn't realize I wasn't sharing.
Angus just having a schizophrenic episode. Nothing to worry about.
All right, so this will catch you up. Why I was like, oh God, another black.
Those are some shiny lips.
So look at her hairline. I was asking, is this a wig? Is this like glued on? Is that a real hairline?
I don't know. It looks like part of black culture to me.
It looks like it's glued on.
Looks real to me.
I don't know. See, like her.
I don't know.
No, I can see the line right there. Nah,
yeah, you see what I mean? It looks like a line. It looks like an unnatural line. Like it's glued on.
That
her
might
head.
just be, dandruff.
No.
And the white with the. It's got
Wait, who was that woman?
Maybe not you.
It was BetterHelp ad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh god, another black.
Specifically, I don't mean to call you out, but in general, people have made it like their task to like tear down this company. I just don't. Not really a good time spent, in my opinion. Okay, so we're just coming at you with reasons, and you're just saying you don't think it warrants it. I'm talking. You're coming to me as if I'm an HR person, and that's not what I was hired to do.
Coming to you as if you should know
Then
shit.
what are you hired for?
What is your job description?
First of all, know what human resources is. Like you're not a human resource agent. Like you don't work and you don't work in the human resource department.
Public relations, technically. She's also
I feel like there's a slave joke there. I can't articulate it myself.
Who's gonna pick the crops now?
It's like, well, I mean, she is black, human resource. Like, it's kind of.
There's something there.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how to like pitch it, but I know there's something there. I'm at least guiding you in Pathfinder.
My positions, in case anyone is curious about my positions, I believe a company has a right to do whatever they want with their company. I believe a consumer has a right to consume whatever they want. I believe someone has the choice to refrain from consuming, and someone has a choice to criticize. And so you guys are criticizing, whether it's correct or it's not, false, whatever, you have the right to criticize. My question to you, the criticizers, is what now?
It's called critics, dumb fuck.
Criticize.
That's my only question. What now? You criticized. I heard it. Eric heard it. What now?
We
expect
people
here.
had
question that
criticism or quit complaining about the criticism.
I'm surprised EV Comics isn't blocked for his engagement recently with Eric.
I think Eric just doesn't block people like that just because like he feels like it's an easy dunk on them.
Yeah. If you go back my ill-advised tweets video when I started attracting, it was funny because I wasn't like aware at the time what he was doing, but he kept retweeting to reply to me. So he's trying to like swarm me with all of his retards, but I wasn't stopping. It's like, no. I've already been here with Star Wars arguments. Like this, I was seeing red already, you know, I was on my charge. Like this flack you're trying to give me, it's like more replies to me or something, to dog me, to pile me or whatever. Shield yourself to try to distract. It didn't work. So he just kept going at it. But it's funny looking in hindsight at that video. It's like, God, what a retard. I couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. And that's why he kept sharing it, because it's like he thinks he'll engage if he thinks like you're low-hanging fruit or something. It's funny in hindsight to see like the monetize your haters and stuff. Like it's all he kind of rigged to look like a champ all the time until like Dick and Vito came on the scene, and he just had to overhaul everything.
Can't get an answer to is getting to the root of it. Is it you want to criticize to help Eric, or you want to criticize just to complain?
She has it right now,
because that's what it comes off as. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems like to me from an outside perspective. And like I said, I have been doing content since 2018, and I've definitely had my own personal adventures with people complaining about things that I've said online. And again, same thing. I've heard you. Now what? What now?
What do you mean, what now? You know what now.
Joseph says, why bring up old drama? Regardless, everyone makes mistakes.
It's called do
just
better.
Seems like a waste of time to me. I don't understand the goal. I would love to know what the goal is. Like, I think of all the things that we could be doing if we put our energy into creating instead of destroying. Create something new, destroy something.
Anything we say
do what you want, but
doesn't
like I said,
magically destroy the book. I do not write ISOM. I have no power over you or anything you create.
Oh, wow. Charlie Kirk's on JJ's sites now. That's interesting. I want to catch up with JJ content. Shadowversity as well. Which one do you think we should watch? Should we watch Shad, Melanie Mac? What should we check out?
Shad.
Okay, interesting.
Well, I'm going to be checking out right now to go to sleep.
No, you're fine.
But thanks for having me on for a little bit.
Okay, thanks for being here. It's a blast having you.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Love you, Tiso.
See you.
Farewell.
Love you. What the hell?
No homo.
I mean, no,
didn't know you needed that.
No, I did need that. I appreciate it. I was just so shocked.
Like, oh, guys, so it's over for Joker? Like, shit. Farewell.
And revenue is the worst that it has ever been.
Oh, my God. Is it Shad crying again about his fucking ad revenue?
Yep.
God, get a fucking job.
Last 5 years. And so it is quite literally only thanks to our supporters that we've been able to keep things going. And when I say keep things going, we're still in the red every single month. I'm actually losing money each month, and we are not sustainable at the moment. And with the projection of how things are going in terms of views and subscribers, it's like I said, these are the very real signs of a channel's imminent death. Now, you might say imminent, like what's going on? Can't you just cut back costs and things like that? Making the content that we're making costs money. There are multiple people employed here, and with where things are at and where things look to be going, because it's just been getting worse, the channel in its current state will simply not be able to exist.
YouTubers. Yeah. So anyway, this is a huge trend. You know, it's not just Chad who's been talking about his channel dying and blaming, you know, a decrease in views on, you know, the deep state, on like non-related separate factors. You know, there was you know, the quartering was doing that. Tim Pool kind of did that a little bit too. So it's just kind of, I guess, a thing that a lot of these people do. So I wanted to show some of the comments, because he was saying, like, it's not because of him, it's not because of his fans, it's just because, you know, YouTube is throttling him. But after making this video, a lot of his fans reached out to me. I'm not talking about people who hate him. I'm not talking about people who you know, just who've never liked him. These are fans. And you know, this person, he said, I've been a subscriber for years, and to be honest, the whole affair just makes me sad. I honestly think his decline has very little to do with the algorithm. I get most of his videos on my homepage. I don't want to watch them. I don't mean to be rude or vicious, but most of them are just not interesting. And once you get disappointed enough times, you don't get excited with the new releases. Why does Lindy Beige keep getting success?
Have you ever watched Lindy Beige?
Nope.
I think if I'm not mistaken, I found this guy recently. Who joined me? Katie did.
Hey, how do I sound?
Like
woman.
You're good.
No,
Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. You sound a little hollow, but otherwise you're good.
Hollow? Like, is it bad?
No, I think he was making a joke about you having holes.
No, I actually wasn't. Shut the fuck up.
I overestimated you. You've let me down.
Let me show you Lindy Beige real quick. This guy's fucking awesome. I'm not sure exactly his credentials. I think he's a trained classicist or historian, but he's really good. If you want to learn about gladiator history, definitely check out his video. I'm gonna show you a short first before I show you where is it? Gladius.
Does this sound better?
It's a gladiator. This is a man eating squid. This, the spadon.
There we go.
It's a gladius. It's the standard Roman sword. Some people call these short swords, but they're not really that short. That's a big chopper. If someone hacked into your arm with that, you'd certainly have your entire afternoon ruined. Now, some people have suggested that until the invention of the Kalashnikov, these killed more people than any other weapon. I'm not entirely sure that's true. I suspect that was the spear or the arrow, but they certainly killed an awful lot. There's a theory that you hold them horizontally to go through the ribs. I'm not sure that it's that important, really. Once you've got that deep into someone, they're pretty much a goner. So it's the Roman sword, very popular for many centuries, so it must have worked. It's a gladius. It's the...
That is Lindy Beige. He's fucking awesome. He's got like a hour or 2 hour video about gladiators.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, Lindy Beige is awesome. Yeah, he's got a 2 hour video about the history of gladiators, and it's interesting actually because
you thinking a Roman comic?
Yeah, the
you thinking of
gladiators
comic?
actually.
about the Punic War.
Yeah, his Punic War video is really good too. He's very enthusiastic too. Like it's like a really good professor giving you an hour, 2-hour lecture. It's really good. So I highly suggest watching Lenny Beige. So it's just interesting that one of the first comments on that JJ Trio video was
if a man
was that. So
FanDuel makes every moment on a field.
No, I don't care about FanDuel. And we're out of that.
You don't just use an ad blocker?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Hey, do I sound better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
He tried.
I'm driving in the car. I'm running a late night errand right now.
Are you DoorDash?
I'm in my car. No, I got to get something at the convenience store. So.
She's got to get her tampons.
Wait until the driving is over to do this.
I mean, once you log in, it's whatever. It's all right. I drunk drive from time to time.
I'm not anything. I gotta get some stuff at the convenience
Distracted
store.
driving is a crime, and we will not be accomplices.
It's either tampons or lube.
It's actually munchies and snacks.
Munchies?
Like snacks, food.
No, I just didn't know if you
People
meant
only
the
call it
brand
munchies when they've been on weed.
No, not the brand munchies.
Join a trade, Shad. That is what you guys tell everyone on the F&T streams. Yeah, you should learn to code maybe. She just talks well to a point. I don't understand her contribution to the streaming universe rather than mention woke all the time. Yeah, Gothic sucks. All right, let's get back to JJ.
Posting once a month because he will be an interesting and fresh take on whatever topic he tackles. He has a personality, and he will talk off with new ideas. With Shad, you can discern 90% of the content of the video just by reading the title and looking at the thumbnail. Take the all lightsabers should have this video. You can instantly see from the thumbnail that the idea is to put crossguards on lightsabers. Yet the video is 15 minutes long. What fills that 15 minutes? Babbling and artificial elongation. And at the end of the day, to be honest, I just don't find many of his opinions interesting. You don't have something interesting and new to say, then find another topic. He really should upload less. Pick interesting topics, ponder over it, read books about it, do research, find new perspectives, less showing off, fancy effects, and obvious videos. I don't think people care about high production quality or professionalism. Not everyone needs to be or should be a Mr. Beast. And that's actually what he says here. He says that basically, oh, well, why are my videos decreasing in views if I'm increasing my production value? That's not what everybody wants. Not everybody wants a Mr. Beast type edited video. And then this person down here, he's not being shadow banned. He changed his content and people stopped watching.
It doesn't does Moist Critical do anything but sit in his chair?
No, that's the only content I see him doing. Is just sitting in his chair and talking. That's about it.
It's like, oh wow, there's like a thing, and I waited till everyone else has stated an opinion for me to gather what the right opinion usually should be.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty sure he somehow lost a debate to Sneeko once.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, wow. That's honestly an impressive feat. I've never seen anyone lose to that guy before.
I watch. I'm a Fuentes watcher, so I've seen some Sneeko here and there thanks to that association. And it's just funny because I don't even get the friendship really. Besides, like, yeah, we're both kind of canceled people. That's really the only value I see the crossover. And it's really just Sneeko leeching on Nick. Nick's like tried and true formula,
They are both the air quotes right wing opposition. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't really get the value of Sneeko. Because like any debate, he's always
he's the pet retard they keep around to make
he always
kind of
gets backed.
better.
Sneeko always kind of gets backed up on whatever point he's trying to make. He always kind of has to it's like the Destiny Ben Shapiro debate where it's like, oh yeah, we actually agree a lot, but then like Ben's actually always framing the parameters that Destiny has to actually agree to, and be like, well, actually, like I just think we could do something more. It's like so you don't really have anything to add.
Small little aside, are you up to date on all the Destiny drama?
He's revenge porn uploader.
He revenge porned a lot of people apparently.
Well, it doesn't. I don't know. It seems from what I gather,
he non-consensually shared a lot of people, lot of lewd images of people.
Right. No, I get that. I'm just saying, it seems like it was in private. Like I guess it's an Aaron Imholt thing. It's like a serial Imholt kind of. Hey, check this out, and then it's like
still not legal to share people's pictures without their
yeah,
consent.
I'm not going to
like
celebrate. Like this seems like if this is a win to take Destiny down. I'm not a Destiny fan, but
I'm not either. I mean, he's a piece of shit.
I'm just gonna say
in all
fuck
honesty.
Destiny, but you know.
I appreciate someone like Destiny or a Bill Maher or anyone on the
Oh, I
left.
appreciate the willingness to debate. It's just
Yeah.
he's also a garbage human.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I didn't mind like watching like some of his topics or discussion
Listen, I'll
debate.
never forgive him for what
But
he did
it's-
to JonTron. Okay?
But
what did he do to JonTron?
Oh, they were just having a nice, friendly discussion, and then it became a debate, and Destiny recorded it and made John look like a massive racist for saying things that are objectively true.
All right, so what? Wait, Super now you're saying get an ad blocker. What do I get?
I use Brave as my browser. It has ad block built into it.
Does that allow you still StreamYard?
It should. I mean, that's what I'm on right now.
Okay. You said it's free, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, there's a way that they can pay you if you do choose to watch ads. Which I know sounds weird. I don't really use that feature myself, but it exists.
All right. Well, I am downloading it, so you fuckers can shut the hell up.
Yay!
And then I will never use it, so you'll still get the ads.
All right, well played, sir.
The Fox update's getting annoying now. Got to delete my Fox app. 1 second. Remove.
Ew, sports.
Yes, sports. It's just there's no more games on Fox for me to watch, so I don't need the app. And also I don't have like a streaming package or anything through any of them, so I just have Paramount to watch Super Bowl. But
I see.
Well, no, actually, if you're on Super Bowl, you can watch it free on Tubi. If you don't have like Dish or satellite or Spectrum or something.
So while you're learning how to use the internet properly, Shadiversity, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I used to
all you
enjoy his
people
content,
distracting
but
me.
it got really stale.
I just never found him until I already got in the YouTube scene, and then he started like once I was aware of him, he was already getting on FNT, and it's like, oh well, those guys are faggots. So, no
I
thanks.
mean,
I'm still subbed. I mean, I might be subbed to a couple of them just to like keep my, tabs on them in my sub feed. But
I enjoyed their
makes some good
content for a
videos.
while, but it also hearing the same shit over and over. Disney's dead. Blah 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 blah. Woke 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 woke. It might be true, but I'm sick of hearing it. You know.
Yeah.
And also, Shad's a Mormon, and Mormonism is bad.
Yes. Or is it? It's actually
No, it's actually just
the
evil.
truth. The only people in heaven are Mormons.
Listen, if they're somehow right, I would rather go to hell than go to Mormon heaven. Okay.
It's funny you said, because I remember this clip of Nick Fuentes. He's talking about like, oh, heaven's gonna be weird. It's gonna be all these different. It's gonna be Mexicans, black people. It's gonna be strange. Like he was just kind of like actually pondering that element of heaven being multiracial.
He never considered the fact that other people might get to heaven. You're telling me.
I mean, he might be playing up for the camera a bit, but
I mean,
it's
maybe,
just,
but
the
I
the
did
train of
watch
thought
him
was
do
just
a
funny to
religious
hear.
debate once, and he didn't even understand the Catholic Church's Christology or view on communion or like any of the theology.
Wait, you're gonna have to send me that because I've only seen him debate with
I'll see if I
Jay
can dig
Dwyer.
it up. I don't remember what it was. I just remember he made a fool of himself. I think it might have been on that Inspiring Philosophy channel, actually.
Yeah. Super Nav thinks Katie is high.
I mean,
we'll check up on that later. But yeah, Dan Alvins thinks Brave is great as well, so we will see.
I've been using it for years. It really does help a lot.
Make Brave your default. Okay.
You know, I'm not the only one here. You two can speak. Sorry for hogging the chat.
Sure.
one?
Imports.
Just
Sorry, you
me
got me
then?
distracted with this stupid. Like, I'm not a computer guy. I know what.
No, I understand. Just, you know, it's better in every observable metric.
All right, let's continue with Shadiversity. Sadiversity.
And then here's this person. This is again, former fan. And so I'm hoping I hope Shad can see this. I hope he can hear this because there's a lot of people who are trying to talk to him. They're saying, no, Shad, it's not the algorithm. It's just, I don't like your stuff anymore. Or, you've changed like the type of content you make. So Hiro Tori said, I used to like Shadiversity a lot. I enjoyed his takes on medieval weaponry and combat, but after he started going on about how great generative AI is and that artists need to adapt or get used to it or get left behind, then combined with all of his weird ego stuff that kept coming up with his art, I was completely turned off. It's hard for me to want to listen to someone who can say such callous things that miss a mark. It's just so ironic that a channel built on medieval content would take such a stance. I've been seeing more and more weird things show up about his opinions on everything. And then this person, Pop Culture Grifter, said Shad became insufferable, so arrogant and entitled. And so again, when he says became, that means he wasn't always that way. This is again a former fan. And then here's another fan, Mega Man 2588.
I would counter that fan and say Shad was always that way. He just never made content to elucidate that reality to the people. And now
I wouldn't go that far, but he definitely has developed a bit more of an ego.
Well, I mean, there's that clip EVS has of him with like his brother talking about like, oh, like I'm a pretty good artist, and we're like,
I mean, you can say you're good at something without that being pretentious, but
right. But like, I think that's his brother, so it seems like this is a lifelong problem of being self-deluded about yourself.
Possibly.
I just realized that was redundant saying self-deluded about yourself.
Downfall since the I'm a great artist phase and has no self-awareness on how dumb that was. Might not have much to do with his content, but just his character in general. And then this guy, another former fan, he said, I stopped watching his videos around the time you went crazy about his AI art. I think a lot of people cut him off after that, but I could imagine with every meltdown, he drops more. It might have to do, it might be time for him to self-reflect and stop blaming algorithms and YouTube and get some joy back into what he does. Again, former fans chat. These are former fans explaining why they've left. And let's see, here we have Liberty Prime. He said, I'd honestly think he'd be better off doing lower production videos that are shorter. Right. Not making his overhead so high.
Well, JJ has revealed himself to be a John Denver fan. You see that? Take me home, country roads.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with John Denver now. Ain't nothing wrong with him.
I mean, does anyone like him besides that song?
He's not bad. He's got a couple of other songs that aren't bad.
Give me 3.
Thank God I'm a country boy. That's a pretty good one.
Very good.
I'll be real with you. I only know the 2.
Exactly. John, no one's a fan besides the fucking West Virginia.
Well, I know more of his songs than I know of yours. So,
okay. I'm not selling myself as a musician. I'm a commentator. And you also came on my show, so what's that say?
It says you have really low standards for your guests.
Well, again, what does it say about you jumping on?
I know I'm garbage. We're all garbage.
Didn't have to click the button. You didn't have to click.
It's like this is a simple game from Big Daddy called I Win. And the rules are I win.
I'm so fresh.
Eagle Scout Trooper said, I heard about a content maker who upgraded their microphone. His viewers dropped off because they liked the low-tech production values of the scratching mic. Right? People actually sometimes like that. Like, actually, kind of the content that I do, people like how it's kind of, down to earth and simple. Like, if I tried becoming someone who is, like, extremely hyper-edited, but then also if I kind of, like, got rid of, I guess, the down-to-earth, like, one-on-one connection that I have with the chat and the community, that would kind of hurt the brand. Like people are kind of subscribed because they like the feel of the channel. So in my mind, I could go, oh, I'm improving things, but it actually wouldn't be. And then Pranvat Galati said, is he Sado banned? Oh man. And that actually other people responded, about that. Why does he make videos attacking small creators. Because then somebody said, get ready for Shad to make a pedantic and unnecessary response video in order to own his haters and prove that YouTube is out to personally get him. And then this guy who likes Healy, said Shad has a very soft ego. So echoing the past 2 comments, right? Only a guy with a soft ego would go after small, YouTube channels. So Shad has a very soft ego. We talk about how his low rate of YouTube videos being put out. He dropped almost a 2-hour defense of his 5 minutes.
What?
So he went after small channels?
I don't know. I don't know.
He's done a couple of back and forth with some people, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, there's some video I found that I wanted to EFAP like a month ago. I never got around to it. It's like the truth about Shadiversity or something. I don't know if it's like a former employee or not. There's been some expose videos about him. That's all I know. Don't know what it's about.
Gotcha.
The sword fight, because people criticized it less than a week after it came out. Shad is weird. He can't get along with the sword community long enough to spread out in that style of content that he wants. While the 2 Mythbusters style sword content can be while the Mythbusters style sword content can be cool, it can also get old. He and Metatron, he doesn't know enough historically and does not want to work with those guys beyond Metatron, but that's purely for political reasons, being anti-woke. Sword YouTube isn't a money pit. Pretty much every sword YouTuber is going through this right now. Skull did a stream the other day about it, and Sellsword does his occasional Patreon shorts. It's a guy who likes Heelys. He's coming from the perspective of someone who's a part of the sword community, a guy who used to watch Shad's videos. So he says that Shad has kind of a big ego. So again, you can see a lot of these people, they're upset, with some of the AI takes he's had, but also just kind of how he's been treating other people. So again, this isn't coming from the perspective of people who hate him. These are fans. McOwen Mouse, he said, I think Shad made some bad moves. He had a formula that people enjoyed, a single decently well-spoken nerd who focused on medieval content. It was long-form essay to consume, matched to people's interests, and you could put it on the background while working, playing a game. Whatever.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I lost a lot of interest when we started bringing in other people.
I couldn't tell you.
I mean, he has a separate channel for group stuff, like reviewing movies and stuff with other people. But
hold on, I just saw something interesting. I saw the JJ video of your boy Zach. Well, I'm not a fan of, but Zach's been fucking great at eviscerating the zeros. I know if you
could just stop coughing in the mic, you'd be all right.
Let me see.
It's the only way I can't watch it. He just coughs too much in the mic. It's like, oh my god, he'll blow my ears out.
Where did this go? It was great. We didn't delete it. There's this funny ass picture you just shared. Okay. It's your boy Zach says, at least my book came out on time. Their book. Let me share it.
Good grief.
Here's this one right here. He did some AI prompts. Silly girl, a million bajillion hamburgers. And it's like, I want this.
Yeah, no, hear me out. I would.
This is a great
somebody
idea.
Can draw it or draw it, do a reference of it.
Okay, so here's the pitch. Girl on her quest to make the ultimate hamburger. Boom. Make it a story.
Do like Chef or whatever, the bear. I've never watched it, but I see all these memes where it's like, boss, you got a customer. He's like, oh fuck! Like that's, I guess, the meme of the show is just like fucking freaking out because he's got a customer. And it's like, why is this a show?
Oh no, I have to do the job for which I am paid.
There is a great TikTok. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. There's like a TikTok they did parodying the bear. Yes. Okay, I found it. Oh my god, this is great. Hold on. Let me. What the hell? Get out of this. Is there a way to full screen? Damn it, I guess that's as big as it gets. That's what she said. Here we go. So it's the prompt says the bear, but the restaurant only serves peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and water.
fire 14 peanut butter jelly sandwiches now. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, wait, hold, make that 22 peanut butter jelly sandwiches all day. Let's go, chef. Let's do it right.
Chef, 86 peanut butter. We're out of peanut butter.
Fuck. Are you trying to fuck me right now, chef?
No, chef.
You find me attractive, chef.
Yes, chef.
Are you my wife, Jamie? Because it seems like you're trying to fuck me right now,
No,
chef.
chef.
Behind the jelly. Thank you, Cave. I'm glad somebody's competent. Let's fire peanut butter jelly.
Having worked in fast food, I feel this in my soul.
Jelly and peanut butter.
Yes.
Can we do it right, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Serve it now.
Chef, someone has a peanut allergy.
Peanut
allergy. Oh no.
Why are you there?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna fuck you. You get out of here. Very nice. Get out of my face. Fuck myself then.
Yeah, table 9 wants to substitute milk for water.
Well, tell her we only have water.
86 water, plumbing stuff.
Damn it, man. Fuck. I need 47 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches now. Fire everything we have for the love of God.
Yes, chef.
That is chef apparently.
That's awesome.
Well,
listen. Excuse me. Sorry. Go ahead. I got a call.
Smoking Mars right here.
So hard.
What's that?
Again, I worked in fast food for a while. I felt that in my soul. I'm having flashbacks. Oh God, I'm back in
Oh, I know. I used to work at Burger King for like 4 or 5 years total, but all throughout my high school, time and yeah, man, it's I did everything. I was mainly in the kitchen, but I'm pretty. Yeah. I'm traumatized, PTSD. I hated working on Sundays because the people that would get out of church were the biggest assholes. It's like, I get it. I know you're fucking hungry. I've been there before, but don't be a dick. It's the Lord's day. Damn it.
You see how there's 30 cars in front of you and 30 cars behind you? You're not special. Wait your fucking turn.
Yeah. God taught you some patience. Start using it. But anyway,
I'm super nav.
I'm going to be hopping off here. I'm almost at the house. I'm going to lose service. So I just wanted to say thank you for letting me pop on here.
Oh, of course.
And
whenever you want.
I'll finish watching it. And I'll be in the chat. And so tomorrow I will be back for Good Morning Comicsgate at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I will be showing, I'm working on it tonight with the clip, we'll see, but I will be going over the Dick Show because Riley's lawyers
called in.
Called in.
Oh my God.
And it's really good. It's about total 48 minutes, but it's really, really good. So I'll be going over that.
Wait, so you're what, a Patreon member, so you get the early access like a day early or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I usually catch up on Dick Show at work. I plug in an earbud and listen because it's on Spotify. I usually replay Biggest Problem as well at work, even if I've already seen it, just because it's fun. I love. I don't know if you saw the opening. You're talking about Gothix, and somehow it became like Vito on this rant about how trans people fucked up because they were fantasizing about their porn selves or something. And Dick's like, "How did we get here?"
Yeah, right.
I fucking love Biggest Problem. Dick Show's a good second. But
I think I gotta go to the Biggest Problem. I think there was a segment I need to clip out and whatnot. So, but so that's what I'm going to be going over tomorrow. So that's going to be fun and exciting. And also, I'll be promoting some good-looking campaigns in Comicsgate. So I'm sure I'll have some special guests come through. Who knows? Maybe a king or two might show up. It all depends. But yeah, so it's going to be a fun morning. It's going to be the first morning show of 2025. Finally, after a fucking month, I finally can get around to it. Between the sickness and snowstorms and school closings, we're all set for tomorrow. So, but yeah, just check it out.
Well, I'm excited to hear that.
Yeah, well, good. You sound excited. You sound really, really fucking excited about
All
it.
right, I just distracted. It's been a long day of celebrating Eagles destroying the Redskins,
Oh,
going to Super Bowl, rematch the Chiefs. We're going to get even this time. It's going to be fantastic. And maybe one day you Cowboys will find out what that feels like again.
Yeah, that's gonna
Probably
be
not.
when Jerry Jones dies. That's the only time. That's
It'd probably be when
that
you
man-
die, like 50 years from now.
Oh my God! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Never happening again. There's
You know what? Keep it up.
eternal
I won't
curse on
make
you
that.
people.
I won't make that channel you suggested to me. I ain't gonna make that channel now. You gonna
Oh,
be mean to
come
me
on.
like that?
I mean, you're
Talk
just
about
hurting
my
yourself,
Cowboys and shit.
actually. You're just hurting
No.
yourself. I got plenty of
No.
Gilf and MILF content to look up.
I don't know. I'm just.
I'm sorry. Did you suggest they start an OnlyFans or something?
No, it's not an OnlyFans. I mean, it could
No.
become that, but
Black Angus thinks I need to start like some sort of yoga channel.
comic skate
Okay, listen,
yoga.
I like titties as much as the next guy, but YouTube is already full of that shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying. I was like, I ain't getting into that. It's. We'll see. But anyway, take it easy, Black Angus. Y'all have a good night. It's a pleasure meeting you, gentlemen, and I'll catch you soon.
Katie did as always. Let me grab her link. Shit, where is it? Go to the other YouTube. Let me keep playing this so I pull it up.
I don't know if it's being weird on my end, but she's still here.
Well, let me kick her.
Ah, there we go.
Oh shit, I wasn't sharing the video. Fuck. God damn it. Links.
You.
I know.
I'm pretty sure Victor's just dead. So.
Bad moves. He had a formula that people enjoyed, a single decently well-spoken nerd who focused on medieval content. It was long-form essay to consume, matched to people's interests, and you could put it on the background while working, playing a game, whatever. He then got popular and decided to take business. Well, there's no reason to shift your main content unless you're ready to admit failure where no one likes it. AVGN switched up his content, everyone hated it, so he went back to his normal video format and got millions of views to this day. Nostalgia Critic did the same thing. He was lambasted for it and also wisely returned to his normal content. I can appreciate wanting to move on to bigger things, but it's a risk. At best, you should keep it minimal unless you have to with the audience. The people he brought on are boring and are uninteresting. They don't do anything of value, but I think they're his friends, so he doesn't want to cut them out. He should. If he wants to treat it like a business, he needs to make business decisions. He's in a chicken versus egg situation right now. I don't get recommended his videos because I stopped watching his videos. When his format changed, I lost interest. I'm not putting on a video in the background to listen to flaming swords swing around before they sit down and talk about events that I never cared to look at. It's boring. It's nonsense. I just wanted to hear about castles and taverns and stuff, lol. Not to mention his tests are horrifically unscientific, so they're valueless if you're actually into myth-busting slash fact-checking things. Now, this is a comment I agree with. I subscribe to him actually because I ended up seeing multiple videos where he was talking about, medieval culture and behaviors in medieval times, like what people did. Like, this is how you would eat, at a medieval party, things like that. And he would interview experts. And I ended up, subscribing him for that type of content. Now he does something completely different that I have no interest in. They're kind of related, but not really. I think that he could maybe occasionally do the myth-busting style videos if he also kept his low overhead videos. It's kind of back here to what Liberty Prime said. He said, I honestly think he'd better off be doing lower production videos that are shorter. Like if Shad could go back to also making low production videos, I think that he could satisfy the algorithm more, and then he could occasionally do the myth busting stuff. The problem is he hired some of these people to be his actual employees, so he has to kind of use them as such. So anyway, that's basically it. I mean, my message to you, Shad, is instead of blaming other people, instead of blaming YouTube or the deep state, maybe just take a look at what your fans have to say. Try and listen to them for a second, because maybe that can help you understand a little bit better what's going on. Again, these people aren't people who hate you. They aren't people who despise you. They're people who used to watch your stuff, but they don't. And so I think maybe you should kind of just take a moment to look in the mirror and reflect. That's how I feel about the situation. Let me know what you guys think, though. I'm curious to see what your opinions are.
The thing is, I don't know how Shad could win people back at this point. Again, it's not like he's done anything particularly egregious. It's just, I'm already checked out.
I was never checked in, and I'm actually subscribed to his failure.
Oh,
yeah. When you see these people pulling this like quartering, they're attacking me, this like deep state illusion stuff. It's like you're a fucking sword retard who started getting political. Also,
I mean, to be fair,
you getting
you
political
did fuck with people under Susan.
You did get political as well with your content. I don't think was there when you started, what got you a lot of fandom. And so this is the double-edged sword of like, oh, you're going to be honest. That's why I tweet how I tweet. If you don't get it, it's like I would love to have whatever fans and whatever following, but I mean it's an integrity thing. And
no, I get it. You don't want supported by people that
I'm not going to be fake or hold out, and maybe that's not the couth profitable thing to do, but like
no,
I don't know. I'm just
have a real job.
My integrity, like, integrity is this idea they push in the army, but it's very loosey-goosey. It's like integrity, be honest, whatever, except if it will like fuck your, commanding sergeant or officer, whatever. And then it's like, well, just like suck it up, So like the values they push, the like image of them versus what they actually are behind the scenes, it's very loosey-goosey. My idea of integrity, it's not even, I guess it's kind of like a religious element, but it's not biblically or like Greek informed. It's actually from Ayn Rand's book, and I don't even know if she exactly intended this, but I read The Fountainhead in high school, and I was really perturbed. Actually, I didn't get like what the point was of the opening of him at like naked at like this lake or something. There's all these ideas of marble and shit. I'm like, I don't get it. And then my girlfriend at times like, oh, it's like he's like a symbol of purity. He's like unblemished and stuff. It's like an allegory or symbology. That I'm like, oh shit. And then this whole character, like he'll like scrape enough money to have an office. He'll get like one project, and he'll do it to usually it's obscure, it's odd, but he's a guy that like works with the tools of the day. He is against the formulated amalgamation of architecture that the schools have become, of like hodgepodging different architecture together. He thought that was like an abomination. It was egregious to the art form of building to do that, to mix and match all these different eras and styles and stuff. So he's a purist, he's an idealist, and so that costs him money. He could just like, he could be the top student in his class. And you see like this dichotomy of like the best student is a total fucking sellout. He'll do whatever makes him money, and he's completely miserable. This guy that like has basically no career in the field that he has put himself in is pretty happy. Actually, he's very content with like his work speaking for himself. So like that idea artistically really informed my idea of integrity. So there's like, set values that I have that I can't betray, and I can't be a sell, I can't be a phony, I can't be Slim Dip, Moist Critical, or Geeks and Gamers or whatever, where like they'll have an opinion when it's safe, when it's the consensus. There's certain things I try not to engage in, I guess, that I'm just like, no one's having a real conversation. There's no point throwing your hat in the ring on that thing. It's not that I don't have an opinion. If I get pressed in the right way, I guess I'll delineate X thing. But
so you're saying we should start eating babies? Got it.
Oh no, no, not at all.
No, I get you. You holding to your values. I get it.
Symbolism, symbology, whatever. Speaking off the cuff, actually, let me see the difference. Symbology. When you get into semantics, I actually like look this stuff up.
I'm anti-semantic.
Study of use of symbols. All right. Symbolic. Repeating designs serving as a symbol. Symbolism, yeah. I guess that would be correct. Symbolic, symbolism. I like to do Duolingo when I have free time, and so they changed it. You could type something wrong, like letter wise, and get the answer right. and then they changed it where you have to actually spell it correctly. So you have to like really pay attention to how it's written.
Yeah.
It helps you distinguish the little variations in words. So I actually am thankful for that. So I become a real autist when you do this semantic stuff with me because of that line of thought. So if you're like, why is he going down this rabbit hole? This is my personality. I'm the guy. I want to get the most cost-effective purchase when I get a candy bar. I'm like, I really want a Reese's Pieces.
So you're a Jew.
I want a Reese's Pieces, but there's more bang for my buck, ounce to dollar with this candy bar that I like secondarily. And so it's like, all right, where's my money at? Can I be more
Is it
extravagant?
worth the extra dollar to get what I actually want?
Yeah. I do a lot of like neurotic cost assessment like that. When I used to buy Legos a lot, I would do that shit where I'm like, all right, this has this many pieces.
You know, that's a responsible way to live, but
it's a big time sink though.
For it.
Yeah, this is where my brain goes with a lot of things, especially buying shit. I'm like, so I'm playing Madden or something. I'm building my franchise and like swapping out people. I'm looking at like, all right, what stats do I want for what position? What's the cost effectiveness? How long?
Have you ever considered just selling meth instead?
I mean, that'd be cool. I just don't know anyone that sells meth to like get my foot in the door, but I'm not opposed. Not opposed to it. It's just lack of opportunity thus far. If you know someone, point me in the direction.
I'll think about it.
Brand locality.
You throwing your hat into the ring for meth dealer?
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I think that could just help me sell Meth Gator a lot better if I'm already in the meth community.
Oh, that could actually be a cool like side branding thing. Like get your Meth Gator meth.
Well, I actually do want to make that a thing. I want to get like
obviously it would be rock candy.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. I want to do like once I do the campaign, I want to do like a perk of like rock candy meth.
That could be an interesting plot point at some point in the book. Someone steals this meth and swaps it with rock candy. See what happens.
Oh shit! We got sidetracked last time at Jurassic Park and stuff. We watched Jurassic Park 3. All right, and what's funny about it is it's a pretty good movie, but they got this stupid element of like the Velociraptor bone whistle thing, and like they're surrounded by a pack of them. And then he blows the horn, and then they're like, where's that from? And they're like, oh, I guess we got to check over here, when it's kind of like, hey, you got to settle the score. It's kind of like a gangster meetup where it's like, yeah, you're going to settle a score and give us the goods. Hey, toots, So this became like a meth raptor cop idea of like having basically the element of like raptors are sentient, but they're all criminals. But then you get like one like basically race traitor raptor who's a cop, but he's got the uphill battle
allegory for black people.
No, I wasn't really thinking of any actual race. In fact, I was thinking of like Italian like mobster movies.
Okay, hear me out. You just said there's an entire race that are completely criminal, except for this one cop. Okay.
Obviously,
you gotta understand the.
Obviously, I was talking about the Dutch. Obviously, talking about the Dutch.
Oh, yeah, that works.
No, it's just like a stupid idea that would work in Meth Gears. Like, hey, we'll do like mini comics in the comic, and it's actually like a window into like a TV series in the world, Raptor Cop.
I guess that works.
And so it's like, yeah, he's like this. He's got this like dual allegiance. Like he's a raptor, but he's betraying his kind by being a cop with humans, policing his own kind. But like none of the cops trust him because he's a raptor, and so he's like got split loyalties. He's a classic race traitor conundrum. Yeah, no, JP3 is great. I love it. I love JP3. Love when the Spinosaurus kills the T-Rex. That I just always love that. There's some inconsistencies with the Spinosaurus though, with like he's this gargantuan behemoth, but then he like just sneaks up on them somehow and they never have a clue until they hear the phone. And then he's just watching them. Like, there's a weird levels of sentience with all the dinosaurs too. That's like plot convenient. So there's those problems. It's not a perfect movie, but it's a fun movie, and I think it's the best sequel in.
Look, all I know is that blue dinosaur makes me feel ways.
Talking about Blue the Raptor?
Yes. This is a joke, but the internet went crazy over them for a while.
I fucking hate the gay Velociraptor shit. I don't know why they're trying to make them like Disney pals. It's really cringe. Like, Velociraptors are cool because they kill people. They're wolves. They're like dinosaur wolf packs. That's what's cool about them. When you try to like, oh, it's a cute.
According to archaeological evidence and blah, 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 they were more like scavengers.
Don't shoot the little dinosaur. He's just like me. Like, they really gayed up Jurassic Park. Take me back to Lost World, please. Take me back to Black Girl Gymnastics, Black Girl Magic. Take me back to that over this crap. Why is Chris Pratt a star? Like, he's great as Andy Dwyer.
I mean, he's a fine actor.
He's good as Star-Lord.
He always plays Chris Pratt.
He's good as Andy Dwyer and Star-Lord. And then he's fine in the Navy SEAL show he's in. That's fine. I don't know why they've made him like, they're trying to make him like Harrison Ford or something. It's like this everyman, every franchise character actor. I don't get it. Yeah, I've not gotten to watch a lot, Randy Major. I've not gotten to watch a lot of football this year. I've just kind of caught up on the tail end of this season and the playoffs. I've been a Philly fan since I was like 12, though. It's like 20 years of fandom. And it's like, what a great time to start like being cognizant again of football. And perfect time, too, because every other weekend I work. And it's lined up the gods have destined me to watch the Super Bowl because I'm off today. And then 2 weeks from now, I'm off Super Bowl Sunday. So it's going to be great. Going to get my Tubi on. I'm watching Tubi ads. Hopefully Tubi's got some great Super Bowl ads this year. They did great a couple years ago. The LA, is it LA or the Eagles Super Bowl a couple years ago? Those are some great ads Tubi did. Now they're hosting free Super Bowl viewing on streaming. So I'm excited. But of course, they're probably going to start making you pay for Tubi. So we'll see how this works out. Thank you for joining, Randy Major. Appreciate it. We're just kind of bullshitting now. First hour really got the main bulk of content of commentary out of the way. And
all right, now it's time to talk about theology again.
Well, it's funny you said that.
Oh, God damn it.
It's funny you said that. I want to make this a clip so I can kind of just like use this time to workshop where exactly this is. Were you watching Katie's stream yesterday, Stoney?
No.
Subbed to her. Okay, I was on there with her. She was asking me about Melody Mack, kind of like unexpectedly, and so I kind of had this. I've had this diatribe that I told Rookie about, and I've wanted to make a video or start a stream this way, just about her investigating like Christian theology commentary or something. But this will be a clip. I'll find it in the stream. Let me see. I don't know exactly where it's at, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Once I find it, I'll just play it. Let me see. Superior Nav says, I think studies determine that raptors aren't as big as the movies made them out to be. They're actually quite small. That's the hypothesis.
Okay, yes, that's velociraptors, but they found Utah raptors that are actually as big as they were shown in the movie.
Yeah, they did a little bait and switch. They used Utah raptors. Which is kind of cool. Like, besides Mormons, Utah is not like known for anything.
It's known for being a desert.
It's cool that they, got a namesake. They're actually more obscure a state than Oklahoma, which is where I'm from.
Hold on. You mean to tell me that you moved to Ohio?
Yeah.
Why?
It's actually one of the best states in the current day.
I mean, yes, but there's
it's ideally situated like within like half of the populace within like 500 miles. So, and it's like a red state. I mean, ideally, I'd probably actually want to live in Pennsylvania, but there's still too much blue. Pennsylvania, New York, I like as like just land living there. I love the East Coast. I love Northeast. I was up in upstate New York in Watertown, Fort Drum. Loved it up there. I'd love to retire up there if I could. If I could afford a house up there, that would be my ideal place to retire. Is Watertown area, the North Country. But Pennsylvania, Philly, Pittsburgh, somewhere in between, that'd be ideal. But politics wise, I don't want to be there.
Fair enough.
Ohio is kind of ideal for me, and it's temperate enough for me. I get a nice snowy season. We've gotten tundra this last week, which is a little annoying, but
the cool weather is nice.
Cool enough weather half the year. Oklahoma's fine, but I don't think I'll ever return as a citizen, barring if I got a friend.
But would you return as a conqueror?
I got a friend in Oklahoma who's set up like this interesting business, being like basically a UPS vehicle maintenance man. Like it's his own company, but he got I guess a contract with them to service a district's vehicles. I'm not a mechanic, but I've been in factory work stuff. I could pick it up. If that was financially
Holy
viable.
shit, Victor's alive.
If that was financially viable, I would move to Oklahoma, I guess. But otherwise, Ohio's. I don't like where exactly in Ohio I'm at, but it's fine, Columbus area. And then, I've been looking at a job to seek maybe in Canton. It's like $15 extra an hour, but I'd have to move, and I haven't moved in like a decade. So
fair enough.
But yeah, no, Ohio begrudgingly is kind of the best state to be in. Besides maybe Florida or Texas.
Again, it just always amazes me that there are people that move to here considering there's nothing going on.
There's nothing in Oklahoma, man. You got Oklahoma City and Tulsa, but really there's nothing there.
But that's the place that had the race war that one time.
Who has over 100 years ago?
Fair enough.
Utah has a hockey team. Let me look this up. Utah hockey.
And apparently $2 hot dogs.
Is this a major league hockey team?
He says yes.
Member of the Central Division in the West Conference. I'm not a hockey guy. I mean, we got the Blue Jackets here, but like the only sports anyone in Ohio cares about is fucking Ohio State, and I hate Ohio State. So I'm always kind of like passively like I'm aware because of their fandom. I'm like, well, I hope they lose.
I'm not a sports guy, so
that's interesting. I mean, I don't have any loyalty to hockey, so I mean, my fandom, I guess, is just default to the Flyers, just because being an Eagles fan. But I'm pretty much just an NFL fan. I've wanted to get into like MMA stuff, but I don't know where to start or, where to watch the fights, and keep up with it, because it's just like an all year sport. So it's kind of, I don't know where to like start and how often I could engage it. But listening to Rogan and stuff makes me want to like watch martial arts stuff. So, and also Cobra Kai, even though it's just karate catch all. All right, let me share this. This is from last night. I don't know exactly where this will be though. So is there any comments?
No, I bought you a lot today, right?
I like that intro she put in here.
Like I was snubbing you for him. You made this about some weird. You could have leaned.
Oh, God.
I'll go no farther with this chicken junk.
Games. I like to see Johnny. Oh God. That's my way of saying like thank you for hanging.
Yep. Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Prequels.
Yep.
Well, thank you for hopping in, man. I don't know if you streamed before or not, but you seem stream shy mostly.
I mean, he was talkative at first, and then it seemed like he died for like an hour.
Okay.
Anything you want to promote, Victor?
Not really. Actually, I don't really have a channel or anything.
Not even a Twitter. People gonna like
more of a
network with you.
I mean, he's got a Twitter, but it seems to be as NSFW as mine is.
Ooh, now I'm interested.
At least I think that's the guy you're thinking of. I could be wrong.
It's probably a total stranger. What are you talking about?
Nope.
Oh, you hate
It's
MMA.
him.
Why do you hate MMA?
No, I don't like. I've seen MMA before. It's nice.
Yeah, a guy in the comments said.
Ah.
Let me see. It's got to be somewhere around here. Let me just make sure the speed's up on this. But yeah, no, you can check it out whenever you want, man. Appreciate you coming in. We'll talk again whenever you wish.
Okay. See you.
See you, Victor. Thanks for joining. Sure, since as a kid, in some ways, like it's got to be close around here. Let me back up.
So while you're finding
That's my way of saying like thank you for hanging out and all that stuff.
What are you saying?
Oh, just what's the context for all this?
I'm trying to find like basically I'm going to clip this out from Katie's stream. Me talking about Melanie Mac. She like asked me. I'm just trying to find it. So it's kind of like I'm already on the computer. Mark streaming. You can just hear it now, and then I'll know my timestamp where to cut for the actual.
Now I get women mixed up a lot, but this is the one that was complaining about sexual content in video games. Yes.
Yeah, that dumb bitch who's got Tomb Raider statue life size behind her and Chainsaw Man, which from what Vito says is about a guy trying to fuck all these women in the manga. So
trying to.
Well, I mean,
Not
that sounds
necessarily
lustful.
succeeding.
Sounds lustful. It doesn't sound. It sounds more like.
I mean, yes, but he's also a demon.
If I was putting a demon, why is a Christian watching Chainsaw Man and buying demon merchandise? See what I mean? This is why we hate Melanie Mac. She's a hypocrite.
I don't know what kind. I don't know to what level of evangelical she is. All right, I don't know.
I'm very confused.
It might all make perfect sense within.
Also, John Trent and JDA are shilling for her, so I'm assuming she might be a Catholic, like them. But they're like this strange fire and brimstone Catholics, which is really weird because it's very counter to the whole like blend of Catholicism. Like Catholics are too enlightened to be fire and brimstone in the modern day. She's not posing. Are you a Melanie Mac fan? Have we hit a sore subject for you, Superior now? All right, so I'm at 244. Let me see.
And appreciate it. So let's see here. Baby Eric probably wasn't supervised very well and ate a lot of paint chips. Oh no, like lead paint. Oh no. Oh god.
Listen, lead paint is delicious.
Yeah, just like mix Eric in with all of his characters, and then people like
yeah,
maybe Looney Tunes. Like a mature sense as a kid in some ways. Like I had like a. Let me see.
Oh my god,
you don't know how
needs to do that.
You know how begrudgingly I watched that show. Like I had like a mature sense as a kid in some ways. Like I had a wacko like Christian mom, so everything was like tame and shit. There's a lot. It's funny when JD had that satanic panic shit that everyone was dunking on him for because I grew up where like I never got to watch Harry Potter till I was like 20 because that was satanic. I remember hearing fucking religious radio every fucking day talking about Harry Potter and shit. Couldn't watch Lord of the Rings because you got a wizard fighting a Balrog, so a demon. Even though we became Catholic and Tolkien's like a beloved Catholic author.
That's so weird.
And yeah, it's just laden with all sorts of Christian stuff in it. Still can watch it because it looks evil. So I loved all the bad guy shit. I loved Darth Vader, Darth Maul, the Velociraptors, the Xenomorph, Predator. Loved all the bad guys, all the like sharp, evil, villainous, predatory things. I root against all the good guys because they're fucking gay and wimpy. So I love the prequels because the fucking Jedi get wrecked.
For my family being Southern Baptist, like we never had that problem with Harry Potter,
which is really weird. Weird, Katie. I don't think they're real Baptists. I think we should contact the church to investigate your parents. Just saying. I don't know what you think about that, Stoney.
Look, man, I my views on religion have softened over the years, but I do remember the satanic panic, and my God, just people are retarded endlessly.
So I'm glad I found it. So now I know to move my timestamp on my editor to about 244.
Anyway, someone in that chat over there is doing the whole Pokemon satanic bit, which is funny.
Yeah, that's somewhere that's like how this started. We were chatting, so let me clip. No. Ah, fuck, wrong button. So close. Y'all can't see my editor. I use HitFilm, by the way, free version. There we go.
Huh.
All right, so now I got it marked in place. Great. Just want to get that done before I fucking forget. I'm trying to be more productive this year. More productive, more on the ball. So it's like it's on my mind. Do the task when it comes to mind. If not, like make it come to mind.
I think that's just ADHD.
No, I do have ADHD really bad. Yeah, and so if you ever seen those videos of like the guy trying to explain to ADHD, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna take a shower, or he starts out with let me make sure my camera's right.
All right, I got shit to do. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna eat a snack.
Yeah, it's
gonna
like,
go outside.
oh fuck,
gonna
I'm out
eat a
of snack. Or it's
Shit.
like, oh shit, I need to throw this away. It's like, oh man, I'm out of trash bags. Fuck, I need to go to the store. Well, I better go shower. And it's like, oh man, I got to put this laundry away. And then you go to the laundry room, and then like by the time you go back to your room, you're like, wait, why is the shower on? So that's how ADHD happens for me. Is like, I need to clean this one spot, and it's like, let me put this here. Fuck, I need to clean this spot. Shit, all right, that goes over here, and then it's just like it becomes a whirlwind of little messes everywhere.
You see that there's drugs for that.
I take anxiety medicine now. It's like, from what I understand, it's low grade because I'm very resistant to taking any drugs. I'm not a good drug user.
No, I understand. I also don't like relying on substances, but they help.
So yeah, I take some like off-brand Wellbutrin from the VA, and I don't know if it's really helping my mood or anything, but I do notice I sleep less, which is great because I have sleep apnea, and I don't
Have you
use
considered
mask.
just taking amphetamines?
I'd love to.
Okay, I'm about to blow your mind. That's what Adderall is.
Okay.
Adderall is just amphetamines.
Again, I'm not a drug guy, so I don't look up any of the shit. I know the name Oxy and shit, but like otherwise, if it's not on TV, I have no idea of like drug use, what drugs, what ketamine. I don't know what ketamine's for.
No, but amphetamine is what they use to treat ADHD, and it works. From what I've seen from the other ADHD friends I've had that are on it, it works.
Okay, I mean, I'll investigate with my.
Listen, you're your own person, of course. Make your own choices. Look into shit yourself. It's just everyone that I know that has it says it works, but there may be side effects.
Yeah, like wait, what? Like what? Because I sleep less taking this drug, which is a bonus in itself because I have sleep apnea and I can't wear the masks to combat it because the masks freak me out. I can't ever sleep with them. Masks,
well, one of
nasal
them is
cannula,
just
none of
not
that
feeling yourself, just feeling kind of off. But other than that,
yeah.
Anyway, again, do your own
lethargic.
research and all that.
Yeah, I guess I'll start looking into it.
Focus on
this.
it.
Is a great example. If you ever think like, oh, Angus is a big dope head or something, like I literally know nothing about drugs. I have like 3 cans of weed gummies that I got my birthday last year with Rookie Critic when he came down to Ohio, and I took however many gummies we shared, probably like 7. I took like maybe 2
in
more
a night
between 3 of us.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Okay.
Yeah, but that shit was like heroin. We could not function for over a day.
Yeah, edibles are pretty strong.
And so I tried them once more and it fucked me up again. I had to call off work again. So I just have never used it because I don't like how just nothing that made me feel. And I'm like, why do people take this shit? This is awful.
For some people, that's better than what they normally experience.
Yeah. So I'm a very sober person. It's not a religious thing at all. It's not I saw drug people. I've lived through whatever. It's like, no, I just function.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not inclined to use substances often myself. I just drink from time to time because, it's fun from time to time.
No, yeah, I just had a high life at the bar watching the game. But yeah, I'll buy a 12-pack. Like I bought a 12-pack at MGD the other day, or like I don't know how long ago, probably years, like maybe a year ago. And I'm just now on like the last 2 bottles. I don't drink a lot. Most I drink is I'll bring my Eagles flask to the theater and I'll pour the whole thing into like a root beer.
You know, I gotta say, it's a good thing that alcohol tastes so bad. Otherwise, I'd probably drink a lot more of it.
Well, I got news for you. Applebee's has this great tart. It's like some girly margarita mix.
Funny thing, we went to Applebee's sometime last year, and I had one of their drinks, and I didn't feel or taste it at all. I honestly felt like I got ripped off.
It was
like,
pretty
this
good.
Is just a glass of ice.
But yeah, let me continue this.
Yeah.
For like it now with Pokemon, I had a moment in my childhood where I was obsessed with Pokemon. Okay, one Christmas, all I asked my mom was, and my dad, I said, I just want Pokemon. And I shit you not, they got me every kind of Pokemon thing. And I set it up in my room, and I still remember it to this day. I sat on my bed and I looked around at all my like new Pokemon stuff I got for Christmas. You know what happened? I ended up not liking it anymore.
Well, that's why I'm an AC/DC fan, because I couldn't have that, which was retarded because my mom liked all the other hair metal shit. She loved like Cinderella and Rat and shit. And it's like they're trying to sing like AC/DC, you retard. Like, what? Like,
it's so stupid.
And it's like, oh, they're bad because at one point because I was in mock trial. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like basically like fake court for high schoolers. I was an attorney in the class, and I only did 1 year because I didn't know about it till like my last year, and I had to like plug in it. They did some retroactive shit with the like state curriculum, so I had to like retroactively get another class for a segment in the recs. So I got put in mock trial, and I guess I just had like the right train of thought one night because I found I had to go see fucking Stone Temple Pilots. I hate that band. And I'm like, I ought to make y'all see Metallica or something. And then, well, that satanic shit. And I'm like, oh, satanic. Like, you love Aerosmith. Steven Tyler's a guy with a bastard child who's never gotten married. Yet AC/DC, Angus, before Back in Black, the biggest success of their career, he's wearing his wedding ring every night for fucking 30 plus years. You know, you never heard any controversies. The only controversy was their singer drowned his vomit from alcohol poisoning. That's it. No controversies, no crazy satanic anything. They had the LA Killer was associated with them because he was obsessed with like the Night Prowler song, but that was just stupid. And that kind of like totally wrecked her. And so that night I made her buy me the Backtrack set at Walmart. So that was a great victory. And then we went to my grandma's house. My grandma was a big AC/DC fan, so I had all the CDs hidden at her house. And so when we went there, I like got them all. Mom was just like shocked I had all that already. I had an MP3 player, so I had all their songs hidden under like shortened track lists. But that's why I'm obsessed with AC/DC, because like it was like the Doors in the 60s, the Ed Sullivan Show, I think. They're like, hey, you can play any song but Love Me 2 Times. And they went on stage, played Love Me 2 Times. And they got banned, but that made them a huge hit. And so it's like, if my mom didn't ban me from Black Sabbath and AC/DC, I wouldn't be obsessed with them probably. I'd probably be like, yeah, I like them, whatever, but I would have been more into new shit. So it's just funny seeing how it's really weird to me, honestly. This is like one of my critiques of Christianity specific, because, you know, I'm in a Christian-based nation, so I don't care about Islam critiques or anything. I'm here in America. And there's this weird economy where it's like, oh, there's only one God, he's all powerful, and everything else is like a false idol with no power, it's fake. But then there's all this fear mongering. Every generation is always this fear mongering of the power of X thing. But then, you know, it's like it's a contradiction. It's like, if it has no power, why are you scared to indulge it? You know, why are you hiding your kids from it? It's kind of contradictory to the lesson of Christ. You know, Christ has a moral standard, but he partakes of the world. He indulges in the world. He's among the fallen people. He's trying to be an example, but he still partakes. His first miracle is the wine at the wedding. That's a hedonistic celebration for everybody. But everybody's probably getting slammed on the wine. You can say, yeah, drunkenness is bad, whatever. That's people's free will. But that was his first miracle, is indulging those people. So again, it's all contradictory, and that's why I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm not doing that anymore. But it's so fascinating to me, and then I'm always having to investigate more, because Rookie didn't grow up with any of this, and I'm having to like explain interconnected Bible stories and shit, and like medieval history, and so it keeps me on my toes.
Yeah. Well, you're the one that's got a lot of knowledge too, so that's interesting. I never heard of it said like that, but
yeah, no, like I there's a lot of like, obviously I'm fallen, I'm not Christian, but there's a lot of I guess just objective truth apologetics I have to do in defense of Christendom when people, especially Catholicism, people get it wrong, where it's like, no, like I can't condone the lying or the misconstruing of things. Like I'm going to say the truth of like what they think X thing is. I don't believe in it, but I get it. And so I'm like, I don't know. It's just like my integrity to the subject matter that I know.
Stray Bean says, hey, JDA said there was no satanic panic in the 80s. Are you saying John was making something up? Come on.
Yeah, look up speaking of metal, look up like Ozzy and Twisted Sister and Judas Priest had to like go to trials or some shit because they were getting accused of like, you killed kids with your satanic messages hidden in the records and trying to play them backwards and analyze them and shit. That's a real fucking thing that was legally dissected, you know. So it's lying about satanic panic is like disingenuous. You can say there was ulterior motives, other people, certain groups, wink wink, that had a agenda to smear Christendom.
Listen,
I forgot to say the wink wink.
I'm just gonna say Christians do a good enough job smearing Christianity on their own. The you know who's didn't need to do a damn thing.
Well, it's an idea that came to light to me recently, of course, in the JQ community, about the constant media portrayal demonizing, especially Catholic Church and priesthood. And like, I never thought about that.
I mean,
I never thought about that because
listen,
there's a great,
thing with the Catholic Church is that this is this supposedly moral institution that was not only partaking in horrific shit but actively shielding the offenders.
Sure, but
that in the United States is a majority Protestant nation. We don't like Catholics anyway.
Well, I don't even know about that because there's like 60 plus million Catholics in America. Now, how devoted are they? How like lapsed are they? I don't know. But just
yes, and there's significantly more Protestants than that.
Sure, but you're talking about, I think America's, I don't know what, 50-60% Christian. So you're talking about a huge chunk of at least a third. Again, roughly a third are Catholic.
You know, maybe people did have an agenda for pushing it so hard, but the popular outrage about it was because this is this supposedly moral institution.
No. I'm not arguing that. Yeah. But it's an idea that never crossed my mind. And it's like, well, who controls the media? Wink, wink. And so it's like, me not even being Christian anymore. It's like, oh, like, yeah, because I'm always having to, you know, have the stance defending the general priesthood from, you know, the smear memes of child infraction stuff, which is a problem, but it's talking about a minuscule amount, and just across all religious practitioners, it's a minuscule problem compared to just teachers in the public schools.
Yes.
So
two things can be a problem at the same time, Angus.
Well, it's like, to what degree? And it's like, perhaps we should put more of our focus on the bigger problem. It's kind of what that whole can of worms has opened my eyes to. I
mean, I get your point, and
yeah, it's something that no one talks
an
about.
Awful lot in the past like 40 or so years.
Yeah,
like,
so that's kind of my main point.
We went from you can't even be gay in public to you can get married in just about any major church. You know?
Yeah. But yeah, let me know if you need me to pause anywhere and detract me. But no, it's like you did a lot of hurt yourself, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Straight Bean says, Katie, I might already be working on something similar to Rippababy, so you'll have to keep your eye out. Oh, good. Yay. I want to see it. The Mally Mac JDA types. Oh, God.
This is where I was trying to find exactly.
That's something what are you going to share your thoughts with the Melody Mac a little more? I know you touched base on when it first got on, but are you
yeah, I've been wanting
to planning to stream and talk about that, because I know that you're all into that. So
yeah, like that's another thing that like a lot of my, I guess you'd call it religious education of Rookie with Christendom specifically, is because of fandom talk shit. It started really with Last of Us show, which I loved. Great show. Barely play the game. I'm not a gamer, so I don't really care. But if anything, like I don't want to indulge gaming content at all. But it's such a good story, and the show did really well, despite like an ugly bitch for the main actress. She's a good actress though, and he was like, why are they so like uptight about this gay episode? Like, that's a really good episode. Like, yeah, I don't want to see guys kissing, but like it was pretty tame. Wasn't really explicit or anything. Why are they so butthurt? I'm like, well, there's a story called Sodom and Gomorrah that really imprints an idea about that sin particularly, etc. But I was analyzing this Melly Mac thing. I'll probably reiterate on the stream myself, but this kind of rhetoric, it really, I think she's Catholic. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone's clarified that or knows specifically her denomination, but
I'm gonna I have control of what my children watch and play. So when it comes to those games, it's based on the maturity of my child. Like I said, anything can happen. My mind could change when my son hits pre-teenage. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm like, who cares, man? Like, if you don't like it, don't buy it, don't play it, don't complain about it. Let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. If you're worried about, it's like the whole, oh, there's violence in games and it's going to make kids violent. And it's like, well, no, that's the parents' job then. That's their responsibility to assess if their child's mature
That's
enough
also
to have
been
that
proven to
conversation.
be the opposite of true, by the way.
yeah, but
Studies conclude that video games reduce violent tendencies.
Yeah, it's an outlet.
Yeah. You may resume.
Move on. I think it's so stupid. This whole Gooner thing. Like, there's whatever. They're just games. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, JJ Trio's really documented quite well her hypocrisy with it. It's just like, it's a weird move to make given all the games she's defended. I'd shared something of like an old 90s Tomb Raider ad where she's like obviously naked, but she's laying in bed so you don't see anything. And it's like, oh no, not Gooner bait. Don't let Melly Mac see this Gooner bait of Tomb Raider from the 90s of OG. No, like her whole Christianity spiel stuff that she does is outside the Gooner stuff. I think it's really detrimental. And it's not to say that I kind of think she has a point. I think Christianity does not contribute to art. And you can say like, oh, what about the Sistine Chapel? It's like, yeah, Renaissance. You know what that was? That era, the resurgence of great art in Christendom. It was them rediscovering and reinvigorating pagan art, loving the body. Christianity, you look at when they took over Rome, they're destroying art. They completely changed the depiction of humans. They robe everyone because they hate the body because the body's a vessel of easy carnal sin. So like there's like a through line logically with the theology of body and stuff that Puritanism makes a lot of sense. Like you think Puritanism in the sense of like sexual, everything's sinful. There's kind of a loathing even of matrimonial sex of a hetero couple. Paul, the great apostle, he says like it's best to be basically sterile and not have a wife so you can be fully devoted to God. So like that's like arguably the greatest author of the Bible is saying that, an honorary apostle. So there's a through line of this logic in my assessment of it. And I believe actually, yeah, like I think Melly Mac's getting it right about like Gooner stuff. But if she's Christian, she shouldn't participate at all in this gaming stuff because almost all of it is detracting from devoted Christendom.
Yeah.
But her whole spiel, her like F slurs all the time and stuff, it's like it's a gimmick to market to like libs of TikTok sentiment of everyone's a groomer. And even if like theologically she might be sound, it really undercuts any reach of like winning hearts to the church. You're just reinvigorating the vocal, like kind of hateful sin, like the Mike Miller types that love harping on gays or sin or something. It's like, even if we like just argument's sake completely agree gays are a detriment to the family and to society and letting them get married is bad, they're, by your own argument, less than 5%. 50% of marriages are falling in divorce. That's a largely heterosexual problem. You should be fixing the big log in your eye with marriage, as in the hetero couples not keeping the family together. That's the real detriment. The gays, that's a secondary issue with your religious concern. But the real story of Jesus in the Bible, the real takeaway is that humans, we're animals. All right. We're animals. We're, a physical thing with instincts. All right. We want to fuck. We want to gorge ourselves with food. We want indulgence in every facet with our animal instinct. All right. And God comes here and he's like, you're better than that. You're in my image. And so I call you to a higher path. All right. That means abstaining from everything that's fun, basically, for a higher purpose of heaven. It's like the narrow road idea. Path to heaven's a narrow road. Going to hell is really easy. It's easy to indulge in X vice. And that's like the real thing. That's like the real takeaway. It's not the love thy neighbor, all these like cushy hippie friendly ideas of Jesus, because Jesus talks about hell, I think, the most in the Bible of any character in the Bible. He's very explicit about hellfire and stuff. They love omitting that part of Jesus, this righteous judgment Jesus. But yeah, the real takeaway is Jesus, this perfect God man who lets you have free will to indulge, calls you to a higher path. Even doing that, you still can't go to heaven. And so he has to defeat death. And so you following him will suffer that death as well. However, actually explicit that death is in life or not. And so, yeah, you're kind of called to a miserable existence to like really follow Christ. And, but you know, there's the reward of heaven. That's like the exchange rate. And that should be like the centerpiece of your dialogue about the Bible to people. Is like, hey, this life does suck, like in a human sense, entertainment, whatever. Pretty much all of it's going to lead you astray and distract you from the righteous path. So Melanie Mac has a point, but it's like it's two-faced and hypocritical because she is indulgent herself and she's kind of picky and choosy. And then she wants to like put out her like self-righteousness, but then you're like, aren't you divorced? And it's like, well, that's personal. So she wants to play this like woman card, like only God can judge me with that topic. But it's like, don't be trying to, you know, be a prophetess to the people. That's what really grinds my gears, being extra Christian. There's still like a decorum I expect and I hold people accountable to. Like, you say you are ex-faith, and I know, you know, some depth to that, then I'm going to judge you on that. It doesn't matter if I'm a participant anymore. You profess this and I know it. It's the same of like, hey, you're a congressperson, yet you're like doing insider trading, Nancy Pelosi. Like, I'm judging you. There's this whole dialogue people have today of judge not lest you be judged. They really love harping on that as like a defense shield. And it's like, what do you think the Bible is? There's a whole Old Testament. All the laws are a way to judge yourself and your conduct and your neighbors, especially in your tribal group, whatever that is, to like maintain a standard. All right. And that's how you judge the non-chosen people. And this extends with Jesus. Like, yeah, he kind of omits all the Jewish laws of like eating and shit and clothing, but there's still like things you got to follow, you know? And Jesus dictates the parameters of marriage of one man, one woman. It's eternal. You're an adulteress if you're remarried. So, and divorce should never be a thing. And she's divorced. So like, that's like something you got to square. And so that's what really bothers me with her, you know, is like, I think she really, I'm not against people being Christian. Like, obviously I don't believe in it. I think there's a lot of flaws with the ideology, but there's a through line that is admirable. And I want to be someone that's like, well, if you're Christian, then like know your faith. Don't just be a follower blindly because it's like cool or it's your in group. Like, actually investigate your faith. Some of the best saints in history were like the most doubtful people. They're always questioning, like, is this really worth it? But how is there all this evil and sin and suffering if God's here? What, like, it's hard idea to square, and they just kind of put their faith behind Christ. That's admirable, you know, but they were totally aware and, you know, looked in the mirror every day with that problem. That's more admirable to me than just like going with the flow and, oh, the Bible says. The Bible didn't come out for 300 years after Christianity started. So you only have the Old Testament at that point. And so it's just a lot of flawed thinking and a lot of two-facedness. And that's what I really hate about Melanie Mac.
There you go. There you go. Well, I'm sure you're going to be fapping some of her videos too that she's come out and stuff.
That's the clip.
Yeah, it could be a fun segment to watch your videos and then go into the Bible. Okay, so you did this sin, this sin, this sin, this sin. You're divorced, so you know. Like it could be fun to like take her videos and just compare them to the Bible. You know.
Well, it's funny because
you're gonna do that, aren't you?
Chrissy Mayer was trying to do that shit, and she's like, "Oh, the Old Testament doesn't really." She's, you know, being picky choosy, like, "Oh, the Old Testament, that's for the Jews, whatever." And I'm like, "Funny you mention that because the New Testament says women should shut the fuck up too."
Well, again, there's a whole lot of scholarly context and, you know, of the times and all that, but yes.
So no, it's yeah, that instead of having to recontextualize and rethink the problem, I'm just like, let me just clip myself from Katie's stream. I think pretty concisely giving my point about Melody Mac and by extension JDA, all these people. Also, JDA, if you don't know, is a fucking furry. We found all these furry posts of his from years ago. So
yay,
he's a hypocrite too. Obviously, it's if you follow him enough, you know he just like hops from whoever he thinks he can latch onto for his own success.
So you're telling me that this super Christian guy was a closeted furry.
Not so closeted. Not so closeted, my friend. But yeah, that's all I got for you. Let me see what's that timestamp. 3:03. All right, so let me cut that. That's all I got for you, good people. Anything you want to say, Stoney? I know someone. I think it was Tiso and Katie yesterday. He was like, "Oh, I saw that B post you shared," and I'm like, "Well, I did that to promote Stoney in a clever way."
Yeah, that's the thing I want to say, guys. My Twitter is adults only, but please do check it out. We try to be creative with the stuff we post. I know we don't post the most frequently, but you'll see things here that you won't see elsewhere, like a guy sticking his dick in a beehive, and it working out well. It's not gore. It's not horrible and mangled. It's bee people. Okay. Just to be clear.
No, that was creative. Like I had to show. That was too funny.
So, sorry that you got in trouble with your friends or whatever.
I don't think I was in trouble. I think he was just like, "Oh, I saw what you posted." It's like I'm trying to promote my friend in a clever way.
Also, you never confirmed. Did you stick your dick in a beehive?
No. Jesus. God.
I know. I'm fucking with you.
Superior Nav says Chrissy Mayer is a hypocrite. She preaches one thing, but a lot of her friends cut their boyfriends. I don't know.
I mean that's their sin, not hers.
Well, she's promoting it, so she's taking on the sin.
I know. I try to be fair to people, even if they don't really deserve it.
They all deserve hell. Hell, burn them all.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Yeah, I really hate picky, choosy Christian bullshit. I think most people aren't Christian. Like they'll say it, they'll like know Bible, maybe they go to church.
Yeah, and again, you'll find that in just about every.
It's
religion.
An accessory lifestyle. It doesn't really affect them that much.
I mean, to be fair, I also don't want to be dealing with actual fundamentalists all the time. Like I prefer dealing with the lukewarm kind over the hardcore evangelicals.
Hold on. I got Killy Chow in the chat. I gotta play something for him real quick. Yeah, hold on. Here we go. Let me pull this up for him. I got to condense this down to put it on my StreamYard's clips, but this is for you, Keely Chow. Let me, shit. This is for you, my friend. Touchdown, 1, 2, 3.
Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our eagles fly.
Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. That's for you, Keely Chow. That's right. Enjoy another Super Bowl appearance of my Philadelphia Eagles. No, I'm afraid, Casey, we'll lose this time. We're going to shiv all the refs before the game, so they have to get the emergency replacements, and they'll be under duress. And so they're going to call the game fair. We might get Trump involved. I don't know if you saw Trump threaten Colombia today or yesterday. That was a good time. He's like sending some Colombian migrants, some illegals.
We won't
back.
accept your deportees. Okay, we'll raise your tariffs. Okay, we'll accept the deportees.
No, so we'll raise your tariffs, and after a week, I'll double your tariffs. Also, I'm going to bar any travel of your government officials to my country. And they kindly accepted their migrants back. It's funny how that works. So we'll do something like that. Eagle victory impending 2 weeks from now. New Orleans. You heard it here first, people. Thanks for popping in, Keely. We're about to leave, though. Thank you for appearing. Enjoy the replay if you wish. Had a good little football chat with Richard Embry. Talked his comic Blood and the Sword #2 on Fund My Comic. Go check it out. You can find it on my Twitter as well. Follow Richard Embry. And follow Stony McIntyre.
Follow me on Twitter. Yes.
Let me put your link in the chitty chat profile.
Just again, beware, everyone. Extreme sexual content. You will see things that your mind is not prepared for.
I just saw what you sent me.
Or racism. You'll also see racism.
Hell yeah. But yeah, go follow Stony McIntyre for some fun art, creative art, not safe for work. But yeah, calling it a night. Gonna call the rookie the critic. Last couple days ago, we watched The Martian with Matt Damon. I haven't seen it in a while. I love that movie, and I love it even more. Matt Damon. Yeah, I love that clip from Team America.
Team America World Police. Yeah. Mert Derman.
But thank you all for hopping in. Thank you to the Rookie Critic, Katie Did's channel, Hamilton Burger, and Hater Headquarters for the support. Appreciate it. Again, that goes first and foremost to resubscribing or whatever you want to call it, re-upping our Minor Rookies StreamYard deal. Keep these long streams that you join us for going. We appreciate it. And then we'll see what we'll fund after that. But appreciate the support. Appreciate you being here. Share the link. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And I'll see you.
Bye, Meth Gator.
Probably Thursday.